Hello folks, we are back doing some more Starfield. I'm in jail! Not really. It's just where I left off last time for those of you that are following this on YouTube. Just making sure the stream and everything's good. Oh, hi. Sorry, am I in your way? Oh, I guess you just hang out here, huh?
I think I got them, what do you call them? Corns? Yeah, I got corn.
I got no problem being a thieving little shit.
Allow me to assist in carrying some supplies.
Testing my patience. Give it back.
Stop in the name of the law.
Don't be stupid. Stop now. Hold it right there. You're under arrest.
Yeah, at least we know how this goes.
Smart move. Now come along with us. We'll take any contraband and stolen property, and you'll be free to go.
Oh, that's a form of fast travel, I guess. Watch one of these be randomly a steal just to get me in trouble. That's a steal. I kind of figured.
I'm really rather busy. If you'll excuse me.
Lady, you were in that seat when I got off of the game the other day. Now you're in this seat. And you're really busy? What the hell are you doing? You've been sitting in a bench. As far as I know, 40 years passed while I was staying in that jail cell block. Right, you random citizen.
Hi there.
What have you got to say for yourself?
Comment ça va? Hey.
Okay. No Naeem talking about the Cloud District around here?
It's
Pretty good year.
Hello.
Nothing good comes from the well.
What, the Well of Light in Destiny 2? That's only because it's super fucking old content, dude.
There's definitely something magical.
that's a type of train. Do I have more orange juice? Or am I out? Okay.
I have a feeling today's going to be a great day. Don't you agree?
Okay. Good thing for reference later.
Dating?
The water is quite aesthetically pleasing, or so Barrett has told me. New Atlantis relies on advanced hydroelectrics for most of its power.
We just need to convince her that President Abeille isn't the same as her predecessors. That an adversary who sees a thing of the past.
The well's been having brownouts all the time. Mast finally sent someone down there, but nothing's changed.
무슨 일이 있어요?
We may be in a United Colonies city, but Constellation is an entirely neutral entity, and always has been. Here we are, the lodge. The front door should unlock if you hold up the watch that Barrett gave you. I have messed. It is foolish to carry so many items on your own. Captain, everyone will be in the library, just inside. If Barrett were here, he'd probably tell you that you're part of something bigger now, and he hopes you'll make this place your home.
Oh, please. Ridiculous. Easiest bet I'll ever win.
You really think what I'm suggesting is so outlandish? All the phenomena we see out in the stars, and what I'm saying is the most impossible theory?
You two keep going on like this, and I'm banning wages. I'm serious.
We'll play nice. Just a little friendly conversation, Sarah. That's all.
We appear to have a visitor.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. Would you care to tell us what happened to our friend? Why you're here and he isn't? I see. Vasco, verify.
All statements made have been factual.
This is just typical. Barrett hands over our ship and our robot to some random employee of that discount mining outfit he uses.
Walter.
And if we hadn't insisted on installing those emergency protocols, I guarantee you this rock breaker here would be halfway to Neon.
But that didn't happen. She's here, with the artifact.
Thank you, Matteo. Now, let's focus on what's in front of us, shall we? What happened when it was extracted? Did anyone see anything? Hear anything? We think it's anyone else who pulls one out of the rock for the first
At
time.
least I avoided
Why?
answering a question.
We're
I
not sure
guess.
yet. So if you wouldn't mind adding another data point. Interesting. Similar to Barrett's description of the experience, with less embellishment.
There. Are you hearing this? Do you all believe me now?
Whether it happened or not wasn't in doubt. But honestly, Country, if you expect us to believe in fairy tales...
If this is the greatest mystery in the universe, why couldn't it be part of the ultimate mystery?
But gentlemen, can we please focus? Noel, I think it's time we tested your theory.
Right. Let's see. We know the artifacts react to each other. The pieces we already have move when they're in close contact. Now, if we add this new one to the two we already have...
The artifact. If you could place it on the table here.
All in good time, folks. Ooh, new cola quantum. It's just something colored blue. It's a blue fucking vase. That was a shit ton of books I just read.
Please, we need to analyze what you found.
If you could put the artifact on the table.
Sorry there isn't time for longer introductions, but we need to see the artifact.
We're all waiting on you.
Can I just walk out? Wow. No one even attempts to stop me, I guess. Alright. Let's read these books. Okay. Okay. Ah, and some of these were duplicates. Cool. Oops. There we go.
That's it. Just like the others.
And to imagine, we thought there were only 2 of them at first.
Oh my god, that's it. They're reacting. Look at how it's coming together. That energy that's arcing between them, no manufactured material in the settled systems can do that. None of them. This proves
Easy, girl. Breathe. You'll have a heart attack.
She's not the only one. If they're coming together, that means there's a set.
Built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
Still 2,000
Cool.
credits for our little wager, Country?
You're on, Walter.
Well, if we had all the answers, it wouldn't be exciting, now would it?
Not to take away from the moment, but what are we going to do about our new friend here?
So, are you ready to get to work? See if exploration is the life you want to lead in this little universe of ours? We're all here because we're committed to exploring space. Humanity may have settled the stars, but But that doesn't mean we should stop diving into the unknown. Beyond that, you'll be expected to use your own judgment, just like the rest of us. Individually, they're just odd hunks of metal, another oddity from the uncharted reaches of space. As to what they are, what they're building, well, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now. Fair enough, but you need a place to stay in the city, right? Why don't you settle in here? We owe you that much. Come find me when you're ready. And here, I think you've earned something for bringing the artifact to us.
Why'd you hand it off to someone on the right side?
In addition to credits, why don't we set you up with a backpack with some boost capability? Hmm? You'll need it out in the field anyway. Just mind your head. So, are you ready to get to work? Or was there something else? We're explorers. Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. We just take that a little more seriously than others. We were founded decades ago by a man named Sebastian Banks. He wanted a small group of people from all corners of the settled systems dedicated to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel. I don't know what you've heard, but I can imagine. First of all, I think you can dismiss any stories about us no longer existing. I don't believe in smearing our name everywhere we can. Exploring the universe, charting the unknown, that's what counts. Besides, having a little mystery gives us room to maneuver. A fixed reputation could fence us in a lot of ways. Not much, but you've seen them for yourself. It doesn't take a lot to realize we're dealing with something extraordinary. Just what that is, we'll have to figure out. It's what we do. We're going to be doing some old-fashioned detective work. The artifacts are relatively inert once they're out of bedrock. That means people can pass them around, not even knowing what they are. I've been letting my contacts know to be on the lookout for strange metal objects. Get back a lot of noise, usually, but a tip from the UC Vanguard sounds promising. We have to assume that we're not the only ones to have stumbled into this mystery. But most people aren't going into space looking for the unknown. They're looking for places to settle, resource to extract, territory to defend. An odd-looking rock or a single strange hunk of metal wouldn't mean much to them. That's why Constellation exists, in a way, to put pieces like this together. A volunteer force that helps defend the edges of United Colonies space. They're always looking for recruits. Lots of retired veterans and dangerous professionals mixed in with part-timers who barely have a laser cannon welded to a hull. My contact is in the recruiting office, so he hears a lot about what the volunteers are up to. You've done this before, eh? Wise words. We watch each other's backs. We'll be fine. But it's not just that. I want to take this opportunity to see how you handle yourself, and for you to learn more about us. I'm going to be sticking with you for this. We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry. You mean besides the ship, the robot, and a place to stay all rent-free? We do have some funds we can disperse from time to time. Not to mention, I think we can get you a proper suit. We're explorers. We keep a lot of equipment on hand for that purpose. So the more you work with us, the more we can share what we have.
Is it good? If you end up needing more,
Why is it foamy?
I shook it right before I poured it.
Why?
Because you're supposed to shake it before you pour it.
Shake orange juice?
Yeah, says so on the carton.
I never do that.
Well, I did.
I guess I'll bring her with me.
What happened?
Yeah, sure.
We'll need to head to Mast. Check in with the Vanguard recruiting office where my contact works. And listen, whatever you were before or whatever you do once you're out there, I don't care. So long as you don't bring UC security to our doorstep. Every member of Constellation is their own conscience. Understood? I mean, Constellation has a roster of members who haven't always been on the right side of their respective society. We're risk takers. Some of us have seen the inside of a jail cell more than once. If you join us, it means you're committed to our mission. In exchange, we give you latitude in your choice of means.
Hey. She overfilled this cup. I gotta clean up this mess.
Is there something wrong?
Put it down, lift it up. Okay, not seeing watermarks anymore. And, just in case, I have myself a second tissue here I can use as a coaster. Okay.
Have I lost your attention?
Okay.
Those are the rules. Advance humanity's knowledge to the best of your ability. As long as you do that, I'm not here to judge you. Now, let's you and I get over to Mast.
I think she's Catholic and she wants me to go to church. Oh, Mass, not Mass. Okay.
You mind putting your signature on some documents? The money-related kind.
Never ends, does it? Dare I ask what I'm paying for now?
Artifacts won't find themselves, and us going after them means fuel, repair costs, the occasional payoff.
Sometimes I think you only keep me around because I pay for everything.
You don't fool me for a moment, Walter. You love it and you know it.
Well, I suppose calling you a rock breaker may have been a bit out of line. Still doesn't excuse it. My frustrations lie more with Barrett. Not the first time his shenanigans have jeopardized one of our ventures. Not fair of me to take it out on you, especially since it would seem he made the right call this time. So, let's start over, shall we? Walter Stroud, CEO of Stroud Eklund, member of Constellation, and oft-times grumpy old man. Welcome aboard. By the way, in addition to a place to stay, the lodge has a wealth of modification and research equipment. Spacesuit customization, pharmaceutical manufacturing, testing alien substances, the whole thing. You can even fashion industrial pieces for large-scale projects.
She's not supposed to be
if you don't mind extracting a few raw resources from a nearby planet, that is. I'm a fan of self-reliance, so I encourage you to make use of the tools we have to build what you need. Funny thing about companies, you build one sturdy enough, It doesn't need you there all the time to prop it up. Stroud Eklund functions quite well on a day-to-day basis, leaving me time to devote to more esoteric pursuits. For years, I was captivated by the writings of Constellation's founder, Sebastian Banks. I finally decided to do something more than admire from a distance, and so now I call the lodge home, as much as anywhere else. Me? Why, I'm the wallet. Someone has to fund all this, and all my success in business doesn't mean much if I can't put it to good use. I don't pretend to have the daring of Ms. Morgan, or the smarts of young Mateo, but I can make sure that they have the resources they need. And, as you've now seen, those resources aren't being wasted. We're onto something big here. Up until very recently, I'd likely have dismissed it as, I don't know, hallucinations. But now, I'm not sure what to think. I don't suppose you have a history of this sort of thing, do you? This, or anything else. You'll have to forgive me. I don't know you as well as the others here. If you weren't so new to the group, I might already know the answer. Yes, I imagined as much. Barrett expressed something similar, in his own unique way. I'm no scientist. I leave that to the likes of Barrett and young Noel there. But I think we can all agree there's something unusual going on here. Frankly, this is the most exciting thing that's happened in years.
I'm hoping for some follower interaction. I want
We're most well known for ship
to
manufacture.
say something, and that
No
hasn't been
expense
the
spared.
case for
If you want
Vasco
the best
or
and
the
can
City.
afford it,
I hope
you
this isn't
choose
the
Stroud
recruiting trend.
Eklund. Unfortunately, our success means you'll sometimes see Stroud Eklund ship modules on less than reputable vessels. They covet them. The bastards. I've tried to convince the United Colonies we can help in that regard, but they're married to Deimos Star Yards, and those old salts are stuck in the glory days. We're most well known for ship manufacture. No expense spared. If you want the best and can afford it, you choose Stroud Eklund. Unfortunately, I've tried to convince the... Goodbye.
Are you doing okay? I'm not sure anyone really asked yet. Don't want you to think we're focused on the artifacts and nothing else. You matter too. You've done something really significant bringing that artifact here.
Like, almost all
I'm
the
Mateo,
time.
theological
Doesn't that bother
scholar
you?
by trade, but now,
It's true.
well,
I am away
an
from
explorer
home quite a bit.
like you.
I
It's
have
really
been
good to have you with
informed
us.
that when I am home, I remain preoccupied.
Second one was on Kazal, buried the same as the one you found.
But the first one, right under our noses for years, sitting in storage, masquerading as an oversized paperweight. Can you imagine potentially the greatest discovery in human history collecting
Whatever works
dust?
for the two of you, I guess.
I'm not gonna lie, I really wish I could have seen this for myself. It's hard to judge otherwise. Both you and Barrett saw something. I don't think that's a coincidence. Did it feel like it was trying to tell you something? I don't want to necessarily use the words divine revelation, but you know, if the label fits. Okay, that's all right. Maybe you weren't supposed to. Maybe it'll make sense later. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. We just need more data, which means more artifacts.
Well, there was some overlap in interests. I'd spent years searching for religious relics from human history. I had made a really incredible discovery, only to lose it to a greedy corporation. So I tried to steal it back. In the process, I met Walter. Turned out he owned the corporation. After a long talk, we realized we had a lot in common, and I was invited to join Constellation. Take care of yourself.
So, Mateo, swiped any new religious texts?
You really aren't gonna let it go, are you? I'm so busy with our work here that I don't think about it much these days.
I know you
We
too well
need
to
to
believe
talk
that.
to John Tuala
You've got to
in
have a line
Mast.
on something.
All right. There's a chance.
Bring me anything
that a
useful?
15th century edition of Aquinas' Summa Theologica.
Want to see what I'm carrying?
I've been asking.
Wow, she can carry a lot. Do I not have guns?
A few questions in my spare time.
Let me know.
You can't get rid of me that easily. It's you and me from here out. Let's finish what we've started before we go our separate ways.
Do I not have a gun? Oh. Okay.
My contact is in... You can't get rid of... We need to talk to John Tuala. No, it's fine. Go ahead. My parents considered themselves to be enlightened, but their lives were so busy they rarely pursued their beliefs. By the time I was old enough to start questioning these things, the idea of following any organized religion was almost an afterthought. It's not that I don't want to believe in anything, it's that my scientific mind is often at odds with my spiritual center, having been out there, in the Starfield, seeing all those magnificent wonders with my own
this
eyes.
Field of stars you
I
talking
need
about?
answers.
Just call it space.
Not religious theory. I'm sorry if that disappoints you. But don't worry. While we're on this journey together, I fully intend to respect your religious beliefs. You mean, apart from being the chair of Constellation for the past 5 years? Well, let's see. I pride myself with my aptitude for astrodynamics, calculating optimal trajectories for grav jumping. That's been quite useful in the past. And as far as planetary exploration, my area of expertise is botany. So, don't worry. I won't let you eat anything that might put you in the hospital.
Oh, I'm gonna try to do that and see if you actually stop me.
Exploration is my entire life. I consider it both a career and recreation. That being said, I will make a confession. but you have to promise to keep it between us. Before I graduated from school, I was in a band. And no, I don't mean the school band. I mean a rock band. We called ourselves Ironic Comet. A ridiculous name, I know. But we were just a bunch of teenagers getting together and having fun. And before you ask, no, I wasn't the lead singer. I actually played the drums. The band never really went anywhere, of course, but those were good times, and I remember them fondly. I'll be here. You can thank Barrett for that, if he's still around to thank when this is all said and done. Honestly, he took this seriously before any of us. It was at his urging that we started doing deep space scans. I will admit, it was something of a shock to see Barrett taking anything seriously. Take your time. It's you and me from here out. Sure, I'm right behind you. My contact is in Vanguard. Feel free to drop...
Okay, she's at her limit.
Until later.
Ever since I got here, this has felt like home. These people are family. I hope it feels that way for you too. That was intense, wasn't it? The artifacts, I mean. Sorry, this must all be a little overwhelming for you right now. I guess a lot overwhelming, now that I think about it. I'm Noelle. It's really nice to meet you. And thank you for bringing the artifact to us. Well, Constellation's been around forever, more than 50 years now. But we only became aware of the artifacts recently. Barrett discovered the first one about 2 years ago, right under our noses. And he was the one who got this all in motion. It's a shame he isn't here to see this. Planning on sticking around then? Good. I think we can find a spot for you. And along the way, I can give you the very abbreviated tour. Right. So you've seen the library, obviously. Walter's quite proud of the collection, but Mateo has made more than a few contributions. Gardens are out the doors there, if you need a moment of quiet contemplation. Emphasis on the quiet part, at least usually. Let's head upstairs. Sebastian Banks, Constellation's founder, had this place built decades ago. It was a big to-do at the time, but most people in the city have forgotten we're here.
Oh, for God's sake. Drop some of that rubbish already.
Wait. Did she go outside? No, she said upstairs. I didn't see her go upstairs.
So this is the bar. Usually no tender, so help yourself, within reason, of course. Now let's see about that room. You're in luck. We were almost at max occupancy already, but there's still one room up for grabs. It's been nice having the place so full.
like I wouldn't mind reading Dracula. I feel like it's one of those things I'd like to do and record. I figure if I'm going to go through the trouble of reading a book, for the sake of reading a book, I might as well read it out loud. Maybe not do a bunch of character voices, but and since I'm not doing it as an audiobook, it would be like a mix of reading out loud and then commentary. Maybe I would just, I don't know. Because some books get real controversial and like have bad words in them. And sometimes I may be like, well, I'm not saying that word. And I'll have to like clarify what word. Or I would just stop reading the book there and be like, eh. Just be reading a book, come across like an F-bomb and be like, and I'm done. That's the book. If you guys want to read it, go ahead and read it for yourselves.
Okay, this'll be you. Common room on one side, so that'll be quiet, and Mateo on the other side, so maybe a little less quiet. I'm sure Sarah has something planned for each of us, so I'd better get back to
All that junk you're hauling is seriously slowing you down.
Enjoy. As much as I love uncovering new questions, I wouldn't mind a few answers now and then. Oh, right, that. If we're approaching this rationally, I suppose we'd call them visual and auditory hallucinations. What you perceived as lights and music could be overloaded neural input, your brain's attempt to make sense of something, an energy surge, some other phenomenon. He did. At the time, well, it's Barrett. We weren't sure if he was kidding around. Clearly, he wasn't. Unfortunately, that's what a lot of people report in these situations. I'm not saying you didn't really see anything, just that it's really hard to determine after the fact. It's okay. Now that this has happened to both you and Barrett, we can know to maybe expect it in the future. Be a little more prepared. We're all in this together now, right?
You were gone for a while. What were you doing?
I made a cold hot cocoa drink.
You made a cold hot cocoa?
Yes.
Why?
Because I wanted something different. So I made something different.
Everything all right? Of course. There's plenty of planets out there that no one has ever set foot on, and everything we learn about them is valuable. We have a board where we post anything specific we're looking for. A type of alien flora or fauna, or a planet with a specific quality, like if it's primed to have life but doesn't yet. Oh gosh, no, I mean that's flattering, but really, we're making this up as we go. Until you arrived, we only had the two, and the vaguest sense that there was something more at work. There's still so much we don't know, and that means a lot of work ahead of us. Well, right now, nothing's off the table. Metallurgical analysis, chemical composition, I'm looking at everything. One thing I'm really trying to improve is my overall database of xenobiology. I don't know if it will help in this case, but the more we know about, well, everything, the better off we are, right? Speaking of, if you're gonna be out there looking for more artifacts, you're bound to come across some interesting specimens. Anything organic, I'd be happy to take it off your hands. I can't be certain that they will, but more data points are always a good thing. I don't want to rule out anything that could provide a breakthrough. And if it sweetens the deal, I can pay. Pretty well, too. Walter's pockets may not be bottomless, but they are pretty deep. Okay, let's take a look. Stay safe, okay?
I think you need to get rid of some of that gear.
What's up? was a lot to read. Good lore stuff.
We've always considered ourselves explorers, but this really is uncharted territory, isn't it?
Carrying enough clutter there, or should we find some more?
This place just keeps getting bigger.
Little busy right at the moment.
You too.
Looking to chat? Then you're looking for someone else. Just a private conversation. Nothing worth mentioning. I don't think you know who you're dealing with. You should be going now. Looking to chat? Then you're looking for someone else.
We have these jetpacks for a reason, you know.
Values of the Vanguard, honor, loyalty, self-reliance in all your actions as members of the United Colonies Navy?
I do.
Then I'm proud to welcome you to the Vanguard. Now, you all have your assignments. Get out there and show them what the UC's made of. Supra et Ultra. Vanguard's open to everyone. UC born or otherwise.
Welcome to Mast. If you don't have official business, we ask you remain in the lobby. I'm one of Mast's resource officers. It's my job to ensure those here on official business get where they're going promptly, and that any rule breaking is dealt with swiftly. This is Mast, the beating heart of the United Colonies. Every decision made in the civilized galaxy takes place inside these walls. Most of Mast's employees have extensive training in their specific areas of expertise. But if you're interested in joining the UC, Commander Tuala of the Vanguard is just on the far side of the room. The Vanguard's open to anyone who can fly. Enjoy your time in New Atlantis.
Sarah. Another space explorer. Hey, you ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, earn some credits, even get your UC citizenship?
Okay, as someone who had to deal with military regulations at one point in my life, this guy's like the exact opposite of what you should do. Where he doesn't have hair is where he should have hair, and where he has hair is definitely where he should not have hair. I mean, you're not supposed to have a little beard going on either, but, like, I'll take that over what he's doing.
United Colonies volunteer fleet. Independent captains enlist, get to use their own ships, and the UC provides them with sustained work and credits. And put in your time, and you're guaranteed UC citizenship and everything that comes with it. Discounts on UC goods and medical services, chance to own a place in New Atlantis. Only way a foreign captain could even dream of seeing those sorts of benefits. So, you want in? Whoa, where have I heard that line before?
No, I say the same thing every time John tries to get me to re-enlist.
I'd surrender. Can't blame me for trying, right? All right, here's what I've got. Vanguard volunteer by the name of Moera. Helps patrol the old neighborhood. Sol, Mars, Neptune, you know.
The Sol system. Which admiral did he upset to get that posting?
He's Martian, born and raised. Not like I can get anyone else to care. Word is he's got some fancy metal ornament he's been showing off to the old grounders. Matches that description Sarah gave me. Oh, he goes way back. Think he was recruit number 81 or something. You kidding? Lowest posting request rate in the whole fleet. Only thing there the UC cares about is Mars. And no one wants to go to Mars. They want to get off Mars. What? Nah. Sol system is as quiet as a coffin. It'll be fine.
That means it's not going to be fine.
I'm sure you two can handle it. Sol system is a lot of planets, but a vet like Moera will be checking in at Sidonia on the regular.
You mean hitting the bars, don't you, John?
Hey, nothing wrong with a little refresh between patrols. You'll have to ask him, but Vanguard volunteers have retrieval rights if they get into a scrap. Wouldn't be surprised if he found it off of a pirate or something like that. Yeah, bring a coloring book. Get so used to seeing red, you'll forget what blues and greens look like. It's definitely a lifestyle, burning helium out there, seeing where the stars take you. I'm serious about that recruitment offer, by the way. You just come talk to me when you're ready. UC is a good friend to have. Hey, Sarah's friend. You come to enlist at long last? Start earning your stripes with the Vanguard? Well, other than becoming a member of the greatest faction in the galaxy, you'd get access to discounted services on any UC world. Credits to help you get on your feet. You'd even be able to buy property right here in New Atlantis. Citizenship unlocks it all. And signing up for the Vanguard is the fastest way to earn it. Vanguard work is as needed. When we've got jobs, we'll make them available to you. But the work itself, well, it runs the gamut. Sometimes you might be hunting down hostile ships on behalf of the UC Navy, or you might be called up to help the Science Division clean up some invasive species. Hell, we've even been asked to help take on the occasional terramorph. And sometimes we just need cargo support. Not every job's glamorous. The Vanguard only gets called in for the ones where there's a chance of seeing action. Wherever the UC needs us, the Vanguard is there. We're the United Colonies volunteer fleet. Any captain can join, regardless of origin. Get to fly your own ship and earn credits as you help the people in the most distant reaches of the United Colonies, all while earning your way to UC citizenship. Put in the time, and citizenship is guaranteed. Well, all right. Take the elevator down to the Vanguard Orientation Hall. You can get started at any of the registration terminals. The system will walk you through the rest. And if you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Pretty sure I already asked all my questions.
Signing up for the Vanguard? You went to terminals then? Or did you just pop by for 2 heaping scoops of propaganda?
Registration accepted. You may now proceed through the historical displays in the orientation.
In 2150, humanity learned the Earth's magnetosphere would collapse sometime in the next half-century, eliminating all life on the planet. Decisive action was required, but the secure transport of an entire civilization would demand a new kind of cooperation, a new kind of courage, and a new kind of union. Thus, in 2159, the United Colonies were formed to make that journey possible. Just 1 year later, the Galileo, the first of many colony ships, touched down here on Jemison, beginning a new era of human history, the age of the United Colonies.
The effort and planning it must have taken to evacuate literally the entire planet.
One of the displays broken?
The
I'll
logistics
call
of
up
it
your
all must have
maintenance.
been mind-boggling.
From their foundation, the United Colonies strove to provide all their citizens with opportunity, security, and
You think the Freestar Collective's got a place like this?
those among the UC
Probably take too many bribes to get it off the ground.
So in 2161, the UC issued the Centaurus Proclamation, granting UC citizens the right to settle distant worlds and form their own sovereign powers. It wasn't long before the first new faction, the Free Star Collective, was formally organized in 2188, later followed by House Varun, revealing themselves to the universe in 2230.
The result of the Centaurus proclamation has always left me torn. So much conflict arose as a result. Was it worth it?
It was only in 2230 that the faction known as House Varun first made contact with the rest of the settled systems. Founded by the passengers of a colony ship that had left New Atlantis and disappeared 4 decades earlier, House Varun was a faction unlike any other. A theocracy dedicated wholly to the beliefs of its isolationist founder, Janan Varun. House Varun initially made overtures of peace towards the rest of the settled systems. They claimed their only intention was to spread the word of their god, the Great Serpent. But none could have guessed that this worship might take the form of a bloody war, the Serpent's Crusade. The Freestar Collective was initially founded in 2188, when the citizens of Aquila banded together with the pleasure city of Neon in mutual defense. But in 2194, after the deployment of a UC medical star station in orbit around their world, the citizens of Narion also requested to join the collective. The resulting rise in tensions between the Freestar Collective and UC culminated in the settled system's first intergalactic conflict, the Narion War. Despite a decisive victory by the UC, the colonies permitted the citizens of Narion to join the collective, forming the basis for the fiercely independent union that persists to this day.
It's a desktop. That's funny. Good lore, though. They really built up a lot around this game.
Look, I'm not supposed to be giving opinions on this stuff, but the UC's in a lot better hands these days than back before they signed
Beginning in 2240, House Varun forces declared all-out war on the rest of human civilization, initiating the Serpent's Crusade. Over the next 23 years, thousands of Freestar, UC, and independent souls were killed by agents of House Varun in the name of their serpent god. It was only with the death of their founder in 2263 and the succession of his heir, Jarek, that House Varun finally sued for peace. There remains, however, select members of House Varun who refuse to recognize the cessation of hostilities their leaders established. Even after House Varun's mysterious appearance, these zealots remain a threat to all who encounter them. Their pacification, a goal of all space. Of the many conflicts between the Galax factions, none was more brutal than the recent colony war between the UC and the Freestar Collective. Set off by the unauthorized Freestar colonization of Vesta's Pride in 2308, a direct violation of the Nerion Treaty, the colony war spread quickly across the galaxy. Both sides deployed every tool at their disposal. Armadas of warships, mechanized combat platforms, or mechs, even bioengineered alien creatures, the infamous UC xeno-weapons. It was only in 2311 at the Battle of Cheyenne that the scales finally tipped. The Freestar Collective, utilizing their civilian fleet as a human shield, successfully crippled the superior United Colonies Navy. After their shocking victory against the galaxy's greatest navy, the Freestar Collective offered terms of peace, which the colonies, out of an interest in staving off any further human costs, accepted. The galaxy has been rebuilding ever since. Few settled worlds were left untouched by the colony war. But nowhere could the viciousness of modern warfare be seen more clearly than on the Freestar planet of Nera. Initially occupied by invading United Colonies forces as a forward operating position, repeated attempts to take and retake the planet by collective forces led only to devastation. Swaths of the world were transformed into scorched husks, a nightmarish testament to the depths of human ingenuity and human cruelty. And today, Nera remains a continuing reminder to the horrors of unfettered war.
I fought in the Colony War. Swore I'd never fire a shot again once I got out. UC sank a lot of money into this place. They say it's to teach foreign pilots our history. I think it's more about telling history how they want it told. Oh, don't let me get in your way. I've seen all this plenty already. In my experience, anyone trying to glorify a war wasn't there.
Yep.
That pension doesn't go as far as it used to. But wandering around down here with a cup of coffee, there are worse ways to spend a couple hours. UC sank a lot of money into this place. They say it's to teach foreign pilots our history. I think it's more about telling history how they want it told.
I bring her here almost every day to stare at this thing.
I can't stop staring at it. A real terramorph.
You know it was some UC general that condemned Londinian? Gave it over to these things. One of these murals said he was executed after the war. Might have gotten off too lightly. I really hope this is just a phase. This thing's like an artist's rendition, right? No animal can be this ugly in real life.
Dad wanted me to apply for the administration track at school, but I'm going to be a xenobiologist. It's science division or nothing.
I bring her here almost every day to stare at this thing.
One of my slates said terramorphs can control people's minds. But that can't be true. No one knows how they move between planets. I wonder if they can grav jump or something.
I really hope this is just a phase.
All 4 of my last science papers have been on terramorphs. All 4 of my last... One of my slates said No one knows how they move between planets.
People are trying to weaponize
I wonder if they can grav jump or something.
In the midst of the colony war, a different kind of tragedy struck the UC city of Londinian. A newly constructed but critical supply center for the United Colonies' war effort, Londinian found itself overrun by one of the galaxy's most mysterious predators, the Terramorph. A rare but pervasive threat to all human-settled worlds, Terramorphs swept over the city, seemingly out of nowhere, on a scale never before seen in recorded history. Valiant efforts by the UC military slowed the onslaught, but the creatures proved unstoppable. Ultimately, the decision was made to destroy the Londinian spaceport, sealing off the city, the outbreak, and its citizenry from the galaxy at large. The tragedy of Londinian is mourned by the UC to this day.
I'm going to be a xenobiologist. It's science division or nothing.
Okay, that's it. Time to sell some of your junk.
I would if there were people willing to buy.
After the devastation wrought by the colony war, the UC and the Freestock Collective came together to ratify a treaty that became known as the Armistice. Both sides agreed to a vast reduction in standing forces, and that xeno-weapons and mech warfare would be outlawed. All related research was sealed away, accessible only in cases of dire emergency. But the Collective had another demand, that the active commanders of the UC military stand trial for their actions. The United Colonies, in the interest of peace and galactic security, agreed. In 2311, 3 United Colonies senior officers were found guilty. Commander Henry Durant, General Indira Rastogi, and Fleet Admiral Francois Sanon, known better as Ve Victus. All were sentenced to death for their actions, bringing the colony war to a close and returning peace to the galaxy at long last.
I was a strong supporter of the Armistice. All of the terrible weapons that both sides used against one another. It had to end.
Gotta call someone's power kept going out. Know what it was? A heat leech as long as my leg. Ugh.
It was into this new world that the Vanguard was born. An official branch of the UC Navy, the Vanguard is the United Colonies Volunteer Fleet, serving a myriad of security, logistical, and reconnaissance roles. And after a sufficient length of service, UC citizenship is guaranteed to every Vanguard member. Open to all captains, regardless of origin, the Vanguard is leading the charge to protect and support the citizens of the United Colonies, wherever in the galaxy they may be.
You looking for the exam room? Just down the hall.
No one is born a United Colonies citizen. Only through service to the UC can one hope to earn one's citizenship. But the UC prides itself on taking care of its people. Cost of living controls mean citizens pay less than their foreign counterparts for needs big and small. All citizens are issued a grant upon joining to get themselves on their feet. And only UC citizens have the opportunity to purchase property, getting the chance to live in one of the most beautiful cities in the settled systems. By joining the Vanguard today, you too can begin earning your place here, in the heart of galactic civilization, as a citizen of the United Colonies.
Welcome, applicant, to the piloting simulation chamber. Please enter the designated simulation pod to initiate your
Our
exam.
simulators are cutting edge. At the rate the tech's coming along, we're not even going to need pilots for much longer. You testing? Talk to Proctor Samuelson. The realism catches a lot of people off guard, but you're perfectly safe in there. If we did our jobs right, you shouldn't even be able to tell you're in a simulator while you're in there. You testing? Talk to Proctor Samuelson.
I've spent a fair bit of time in simulators just like these. They're startlingly realistic. Have fun.
UC security, get back here now!
You're making things harder for yourself.
UC security, you're...
I've got special order. I've been authorized to inform you that you're being transferred to the UC Vigilance. You'll find out more when you get there. Other than that, I'm not at liberty to divulge any additional information. We have orders to transport you and your vessel to your final destination, the UC Vigilance. Any deviation from those orders on your part will be considered an act of hostility and will be met with aggressive force. Smart decision. Stand by to be transferred.
Accidental steal.
Welcome, applicant, to the piloting simulation chamber. Please enter the designated simulation pod to...
I've spent a fair bit of time in simulators just like these. They're startlingly realistic. Have fun.
Oh, I can make these. Okay. Wow, why is some stuff like take and stuff right next to it is steel? Yeah, no one cares if you take coffee, but God forbid you take a wrench. I guess there's like an assumption that maybe you're like, I don't know, just picking up litter at a certain point. Like, oh yeah, it's an empty thermos, I should probably throw that away or something. And, you know, the coffee mug's stealable.
There's a huge difference between being prepared and carrying too much.
Lady, you weren't there for COVID, alright? We need this toilet paper.
Ah, you must be our new applicant. I'm Proctor Samuelson. The simulator's already been prepped. You can head in whenever you're ready. The simulator is designed to be a near-perfect replica of a Class B Deimos hoplite, the United Colony's standard destroyer model. It's been tuned to provide a challenging but fair fight against the enemy squadrons you'll encounter inside. While I can't answer that question directly, I will say this. Due to the solitary nature of our work, resourcefulness is a critical tool in any Vanguard pilot's repertoire. You're permitted, even encouraged, to use whatever tool you're able to find in there. Of course, you'll be running through a high-realism combat flight simulation, engineered by members of the UC science staff, right here in Mast. Your task is to defeat at least 3 tiers of simulated opponents. Accomplish that, and you pass the exam, and can then proceed on to your probationary mission. However, if you defeat more than 3 tiers of enemies, your required enlistment time for citizenship will be reduced, and your enlistment bonus increased. But you're welcome to try as many times as you like before returning to Commander Tuala to proceed on to the next step in your application process. We'll only keep the highest score you manage to achieve in there. Vanguard assignments can often include both space and ground combat. It'd be bad for both you and the United Colonies to not ensure you're adept in both capacities before sending you out on your first real assignment. Just head in whenever you're ready.
I wonder how tough this fight's really gonna be.
This is the Mark 18 Flight Simulation Chamber applicant, currently in orbit around a high-detail recreation of a remote world. When you're ready to begin, please take a seat in the pilot's chair. Your exam is simple. Defeat as many tiers of opponents as you can before your ship is disabled. You must defeat at least 3 tiers of opponents to pass the exam. Good hunting, applicant.
New targets active.
Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 1 reached. Initiating Tier 2. New targets active.
Target defeated. Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 2 reached. Initiating Tier 3. New targets active.
Target defeated. Propulsion systems down. Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 3 reached.
Congratulations, applicant. You've defeated sufficient opponents to pass the exam. You may now exit the simulator through the hatch to record your current score, or stay and try your hand at the remaining tiers. Resuming the examination.
New targets active.
Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 4 reached. Initiating Tier 5. New targets active.
Target defeated. Calculating intercept vectors. Engines disabled. given. Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 5 reached. Initiating final tier. Prepare yourself. New targets active.
Target defeated.
Halting simulation. You have passed, applicant. You may proceed to the exit hatch to log your results, or restart the exam from the simulation's control terminal.
Okay. Oh, I can just restart current tier? Something.
Simulation reset. Prepare for your first opponent.
New targets active.
Target elimination imminent. We are
halting simulation. You have passed, applicant. You may proceed to the exit hatch to log your results, or restart the exam from the simulation's control terminal.
I need to figure out how to switch targets.
Simulation reset. Prepare for your first opponent.
New targets active.
We are not impressed. Target defeated. Start climb. Target defeated. Target defeated.
It's tough.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. All opponents defeated. Congratulations, pilot. Please exit the simulation. Shutting down.
Congratulations, applicant. You've passed. You can head up to Commander Tuala to receive your final scores and your probationary assignment. Good showing in there, applicant.
You're carrying too many odds and ends. Time to let something go.
What? Cool. Why and how? Why and how? I mean, they're ears.
Well, look who's back. Everything go all right with the exam? Or did you have some questions you needed answered first? Military used to have a pretty narrow view of where the best pilots came from. In their eyes, it was UC or bust. The creation of the Vanguard was an acknowledgement by the brass that maybe not all the galaxy's greatest pilots went through a UC flight school. So it's the Vanguard's job to find them and get them to fly for us. MAST is short for Military, Administrative, and Scientific Triumvirate. From here, the three co-equal divisions of the UC government work together to advance the cause of the colonies. Be that through mutual defense, political and diplomatic strength, or scientific discovery. Now, serving any of the UC's divisions grants citizenship, but scientific and admin positions in the UC tend to be real competitive. Understandable, most people will prefer to earn their citizenship behind a desk rather than in combat. Not something I'd ever choose for myself, but understandable. Me? 6, 7 years now? Was a recon squad commander in a former life, so it wasn't too big a jump bossing around foreign pilots instead. But Vanguard's been a quality assignment. Meet new people, judge them on a series of diverse criteria, Get them out there helping people who need it. So these are your numbers that just came through then. You ready to hear how you did? I like the fire, applicant. Let's get into it. So, looking at the data, hit every mural in the orientation hall, huh? A test of preparation and thoroughness. Two traits the Vanguard values highly. Psychological results are all within expected levels. Navy doesn't have room for folks that'll fall apart the first time they're trying to outrun a homing missile. Now, how'd you do against your foes? Tier 6. You cleared Tier 6. No one clears Tier 6. I should be damn proud of yourself.
I've never seen someone reach that tier. Huh. That's incredibly impressive.
So is the fact that you're apparently
So
just a
then,
straight
looking
up
at your
wall
results
of
as a
beige
whole,
right now,
and
Sarah.
presuming you're successful in completing your probationary mission, you could have your UC citizenship after only just 3 years. Guess a top 99th percentile piloting score will do that, plus a hefty signing bonus to boot. Not gonna get a better offer than that.
3 years? Oh, that's incredible. For some, it can take as long as a decade. You should be incredibly proud.
Sounds like you're just the type of pilot the Vanguard's looking for. If you're interested, we could bring you on as a provisional member today. Get you the credits you've earned, then send you out on your probationary mission. First, though, all UC service people, provisional or otherwise, are required to swear an oath. So, you want to make this official? Commit yourself to the cause of the colonies?
It's a big decision. John, you're not about to have my compatriot here sign some kind of contract that sells you their grandmother 5 years down the line, are you?
Officer's honor, Sarah. This is honest work for honest credits. So, you ready to do the deed? You're not in the Freestar Collective here. Vanguard keeps its work above board. You want in, you have to do the same as everyone else. And that starts with the oath. Fantastic. Then just follow me.
If you're overloaded, we should stop and prioritize what we're carrying.
the heck is this guy doing?
Can't talk right now. Sorry.
I don't know, kind of. Well, I've seen that kind of hat before.
Wouldn't be right doing this where we couldn't see the stars. Now, raise your right hand. The motto of the Vanguard is Supra et Ultra, above and beyond. That is where we serve, beyond the furthest reaches of the United Colonies military, and with honor and duty above reproach. Dare to protect and defend the citizens of the United Colonies to the best of your abilities. And to uphold the values of the Vanguard. Honor, loyalty, self-reliance in all your actions as a member of the United Colonies Navy. Just say I do, Chuckles. Then let me be the first to officially welcome you to the United Colonies Vanguard.
We're in first person.
Now,
You don't know
only
if I
thing
raised
left
my
is
right
getting you that
hand,
probationary
audience.
mission. And what
I don't
I've
have to
got
do any of
is
that.
comms
Cough,
repair.
cough.
Group trying to refurb an old war processing plant on Tau Ceti 2. Sounds like they'd barely gotten set up when their communications died. Place is as isolated as they come. So Brass wants a Vanguard to deliver the repair suite and ensure anyone present is safe and secure. So, can the people of Tau Ceti 2 count on you? No major settlements on Tau Ceti. No real active industry either. Doesn't make for a big target. It's got the potential to be a pretty quiet trip. But there's a reason they wrote, "Here be dragons" on the map edge. So if it were me, I'd hope for the best and arm for the worst. And if for some reason you do run into trouble, don't forget, it's your job to protect those who need it. So, you ready to head out? That's the spirit. Head down to the spaceport and talk to Crew Chief Harath. He'll get you the repair suite plus your new recruit kit.
I can always say to Tanya
and
act a
your
little bit like
advance.
Tara, because Tara
Give
and
it your
her are
all
friends,
out
so they
there.
kinda rub off on each
Supra
other.
et Ultra. Head down to the spaceport and speak to Crew Chief Harath. He'll get you where you need to go. Not sure there's actually a lot to tell. It's only had people on it for 20-odd years. UC set up a food processing facility there during the Colony War. But when the war was over, it was too remote to justify the fuel costs. A report mentioned some settlers bought the facility from the Ag office for next to nothing a couple of years back. See, if they couldn't make the place efficient enough to be profitable, I wouldn't be shocked to find out one of their upgrades knocked out their comms. But the place is a hike, so it well could be pirates or spacers have finally realized there are actually people out there now, which is why they're sending us.
Keeping the skies safe out there? Yes? You need to stay safe. Keeping the skies safe out there?
want to track multiple things.
Quoi de neuf?
There are always about a million things to do, and I'm only one person. It's so overwhelming. Hey! Oh, you're not Carl. Sorry, I shouldn't assume. Maybe you go by Carl. You're just not the Carl I was waiting for. We're supposed to be investigating a power drain down here. People have been reporting brownouts for a while, and Mass finally decided to follow up on it. I can't be in two places at once, and Carl isn't here. So I'm just trying to look inconspicuous. Co-worker of mine on this assignment with me, clearly not taking it seriously. Not really surprising. Most folks are fine with ignoring what goes on down here. We're trying to isolate a power drain, which looks like it's the result of a large amount of power being rerouted through various subsystems. But it's kind of a two-person job. Someone needs to find the junction boxes associated with those subsystems and power them down. The other person needs to monitor the system remotely. It's pretty simple, really, and relatively safe. Only a small chance of electrocution. Well, since you're here and Carl isn't, and I really want to get this solved, I will take you up on that. What I need is very technical. I can talk you through it remotely. I'm gonna head to the monitoring station. The first box we're looking for is over near UC Surplus. You know, Antonio's place. I can contact you once you get there.
Eat it.
How are you? Not in the mood to chat.
I guess that's a common look.
So then we begin to
I know
make
someone that
work
looks
and
like
do
that.
that every day until we die. Just relax.
He might be living with us right now.
Well, you know what they say. Heck of a day, isn't it? Absolutely.
That's it. Great job. So that tripped the secondary breaker, and that goes to... Oh, wow, really? They wired it like that? Jeez, okay.
You have a nice day now.
Okay, got it. Next one is way down past Jake's, and maybe up a story or two? It's a bit of a hike. Sorry.
Kill for a cup of coffee right about now. I know your type. The freewheeling space ace. Must be nice.
Even in the well, the trade authority continues to flourish. Oh, makes you sick, doesn't it?
It's cliche, but it's true. Everything has a price. And whatever it may be, I can afford it. Welcome to the Trade Authority. If you're here on legitimate business, I would be more than happy to help you. If, however, you are here under false pretense, say, sent by one Miss Tsang of UC Distribution, Then I'm afraid you'll find nothing illegitimate here to report to her. And I'd ask that you pass along my request to stop these silly games. So, what'll it be? Perhaps, but I'm quite confident in my business, and I refuse to be intimidated. Please, let me know if I can assist you further. We've been in New Atlantis for a very long time, before most things topside were built. With lots of infrastructure already in place, ample storage, and discreet access to the spaceport, it makes sense to stay. It's had the unintentional, but not unwelcome, side effect of weeding out people who can be timid about doing business. I thought the name made it rather obvious. We are the authority on trade in the settled systems. Whether it's bulk cargo, specialty items, or individual requests, we make sure things get where they need to go. We have shipping lanes across the settled systems and deal with nearly every major corporation and faction there is. That depends. If you have a ship and are willing to haul cargo, then we've got some work. Otherwise, you're gonna have to be more specific. We frequently post cargo running jobs up on the mission boards around town. Check them out. I've heard our jobs pay well, and on the off chance that's not what you're looking for, well, I can't really help you then. Many different parties use the mission board to post jobs for freelancers and the like. For example, the Trade Authority uses them to post cargo hauling jobs. You'll usually find mission boards in bars, typically ones nearest spaceport. You might be able to find them elsewhere, but that's your best bet. The Trade Authority has access to goods and services no one else does. No one. You won't find a better selection or more reasonable prices anywhere.
Just watch the weight go down and the credits go up. Jeez, man. It's like I'm playing Clicker Heroes. $20, $10, $23, $31. Okay. Might be about time to take this off. These do have weight associated with them. I'm not going to use something that grants me that little carry capacity bonus.
The Trade Authority appreciates your visit.
Been a long time since I've been to Mars. Sol system doesn't get a lot of traffic. If you have any gear you want me to haul, I'm happy to help. Bye for now. Why are you bothering to carry all that junk?
So
If there's something you need, no matter what it is, either I have it or I can get it. Of course, of course.
It's a little too close. I guess it's pressing E on the ship.
I'm thinking I have 3 projects that are backburnered right now because no one has time to help me. 3!
I wouldn't do that.
Hey! Sorry. We're supposed to be investigating. I can't be into... We're trying to isolate about, but it's kind of a 2-person. It's pretty simple, really. Co-worker of mine on Mrs. Well, since you're here and Carl, what I need is very... The first box we're looking for is...
Hello.
My partner and I have talked about transferring to the same division and allow us to spend more time together.
Hey, can you hear me? I think this is working. I only have a general view of things, but you should be near the first junction box. Look for it mounted on the wall. When you find it, open it up and flip the big switch. That's it. Great job. So that tripped the secondary breaker, and that goes to... Oh, wow, really? They wired it like that? Jeez, okay. Okay, got it. Next one is way down past Jake's, and maybe up a story or 2? It's a bit of a hike. Sorry.
Ever run into spacers? Scumbags and scavengers. They're like vultures, pecking away at the...
Even in the well, The trade authority continues to flourish. Oh, makes you sick, doesn't it? Is it really necessary for you to drag around all that gear?
Don't worry, we're about to get rid of it.
Thing about the trade business? Who you know matters as much as anything else. Welcome to the Trade Authority. If, however, you are, then I'm afraid you'll... So, what... Perhaps. Please, let... I thought the name, whether it's... We have shipping lanes. We've been into it. With lots of infrastructure. It's had the That depends. We frequently post... Check them out. Many different parties. You'll usually find...
Sidonia, isn't it? Have something for me? Bye-bye.
If there's something you need, you won't find a better selection.
Their boats go down. I wish there was a sell all button, like sell all in this category, because I think all of this is worthless for the sake of crafting and such. It's amazing. She still has room. She still has money. I really thought I was gonna clean her out there for a second. And I'm underweight. Alright, screw it. Food. we got it pretty low. And I'm underweight. So, that works.
If you need anything else, you know where to find us.
Alright, you should be near the next junction box. This section isn't used very much these days, so it may be a little harder to see. That's the one. Next one's not too far. Dead end, right down from Jake's. Right under that apartment they've been trying to sell. Good luck with that, right?
Sold my Digipigs because they're stored in the miscellaneous section.
When's the report due, anyway?
You should be near the next junction box. And if those squatters never cleared out, I would suggest avoiding eye contact. That should be fine. Another switch flipped, another lead to follow. And the lights in here just flickered too. The wiring is worse than I thought. I'm going to work on fixing that little issue while you find the next junction box. Looks like it's over near the Trade Authority. Okay, just find that and, maybe don't talk to anyone about it just yet.
I'm gonna be a big-time spacer.
Think about the trade business? Be my guest. Pleasure dealing with you. The Trade Authority has access. Be my guest. Pleasure dealing with you.
What's with the staring? You need something?
Okay, the final box I need you to deal with should be right around there. Unfortunately, I just realized you're in for a real tangle of cabling. Like 200 years of field attempts to rewire things. I tried to fix it 3 years back and was crying by the second day. Gave up on the third. Anyway, there should be a series of secondary breakers you need to deal with before you can access the junction box. I don't remember the order, but flip levers until all those circuits are powered down. Wow, you got it. Really well done. You saved me like a week of work. Why didn't you meet me at the monitoring station, near where we met?
Everyone's welcome, so long as you keep your hands to yourself.
Hello there.
I don't have anything.
Just leave me be.
Did I say thank you? Because thank you. There's no way I could have done that in a reasonable amount of time all by myself. Right, sure. Of course. Thanks to your help, I was able to trace the power drain. I know where it's coming from. Unfortunately, the source is exactly where I was afraid it was. The Trade Authority. So, that's something that I'll need to deal with. That'll be fun. If you want to tag along, I certainly wouldn't complain. But if not, then this is where we part ways. So thanks to you, we've got evidence that the Trade Authority is behind the power drain being reported down here. I don't know if you ever dealt with the Trade Authority, but Zoe is intimidating. I have to go in there, but I really don't want to. You think you'd be willing to go with me? Just make sure this doesn't go badly? I don't know. I feel like I'm the one who's going to wind up in trouble. Zoe's got a way of twisting things. Thanks. That means a lot. I can do the talking, I think. Just be ready for, well, anything.
Figure.
Hope you're not agoraphobic.
Vous cherchez quelque chose?
Word of advice? Steer clear of the well.
New Atlantis sure is shiny.
왜 그러세요? Hi.
Just go away, will you? A visit from Mast. How delightful. You'll have to remind me of your name, dear. I'm afraid I can't keep track of all you little worker drones.
I'm Luisa Reyes. Well, you know that, because I've been in here 3 times.
Yes, of course you are. And what was it you were accusing me of with absolutely no evidence?
The power drain is coming from your building, Zoe. You and I both know it, and now I can prove it.
I'm sorry, what?
We traced the drain, checked the grid. It led us here. You can't talk your way out of this.
I'm going to ask you to wait here a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay, I can do this. Okay, just be ready for anything. I don't know if she's going to come out of there with a gun or call in mercenaries or what.
Don't worry.
Staring at a
Whatever
bookshelf.
happens, we're prepared to
fine.
handle the situation.
I don't want this to turn out violent if we can avoid it, okay? Believe me, I really, really hope I am. But I'll tell you, people in my division tell stories about Zoe. She's got a lot of influence. That's dramatic, but reassuring, I guess.
Well, Miss Reyes, I apologize for not taking this matter more seriously. I assure you, I will eagerly assist in getting to the bottom of this.
No, you're not weaseling out of this. We got to the bottom of it. You are the bottom.
I appreciate your enthusiasm for your work, but I do a little more research before casting aspersions. Someone has indeed been using this location through which to route electrical power. It is not the Trade Authority. I've had my suspicions for a while, and have been keeping detailed notes, which I'm happy to share with you. For now, though, what do we do next?
Wait, what?
Oh, for heaven's sake. I presume you've been assisting Miss Reyes in tracking down this little problem. Well, clearly there's more work to be done. Why don't you continue the work you've been doing with an assurance that the Trade Authority will compensate you for your time? I'll coordinate things here with Miss Reyes. With Mast's access to the grid, we'll find out who did this soon enough. And why. Presumably, you're the one who's been doing the field work, so I believe you'll find there's another junction box out there in the well that needs your attention.
Okay, well, this is not how I saw this going. For the moment, let's assume this is all legitimate. I can sort out the details with Zoe. So why don't you go investigate the next junction box? Hey, I thought you were out there, you know, solving this. Does it matter? Sure seems like this is happening one way or another. I don't trust her, but I'll keep an eye on her.
I'm certain she'll appreciate the fact that you're mentoring her through this situation.
Yeah, we'll see. Thanks.
And what? Shit happened.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Shit happened.
I think that's actually even more concerning, and that's saying something.
Why exactly are you standing here instead of assisting us? Oh, I'm not. I thought I made that clear. Someone evidently decided it was a good idea to try and frame me for whatever is going on. I would very much like to know who that is, and why they thought they could get away with it. I admit I'm also quite curious to know what they're up to. Aren't you? There are more important things. As I said,
Hey, man.
I have been aware
Content's
of the
content.
issues with the power grid for a while now. I've been taking notes, and Miss Reyes will be able to verify their authenticity. But really, do you honestly believe I'd go to this effort if I were somehow responsible? Be my guest. We've been with lots of infrastructure. It's had the The Trade Authority appreciates your visit.
Wonder where this will all lead. No problem.
question is, was that his dog, and did his dog kill him, or did his dog fail to react to an aggressor that resulted in his death? Also, I'm pretty sure people should have heard a bunch of gunshots just now, because it's not a silenced weapon or anything. Okay, I can already see how this could have gone bad right off the bat. Okay. Alright, yep. Killed by his own dog, or someone walked in and killed him. Either way, idiot. Cool. You got tofu. Yeah, nice little side mission. How do I get up there? Or is it over here I need to be?
wish I lived on a spaceship.
Hi, miss.
I've got limited resources, but I try not to turn anyone away just because they're light on credits.
By Vectera, by Vectera, by Vectera! I can't believe it!
He looks just
Is it you?
like you!
Is it really, really you? Captain
Is
of
that
the
the
frontier,
same
bane of the
fucking
fleet,
voice?
Constellation's shining star of stars. Oh, don't be so modest. It was all over SSNN. Lone
Also,
miner tails
how
the
did you
Crimson
find
Fleet,
me?
saves
This
a
guy
member
just
of Constellation,
fucking
and
apparated,
steals the
dude.
hearts of millions, no, trillions. And now you're standing here next to me. Oh, really is you, right?
Oh man, I'm so sad that I haven't played Oblivion live on stream yet, because that was back when I was like fucking 10. But I mean, not really 10, but like it's been a while before streaming was really a thing. This is one of the best things I've ever experienced. Alright, I don't want to tell him to go away.
Oh, you are definitely the brightest, biggest star in any constellation. There's no
I don't like that he's
maybes
got
about.
crow's feet.
I have an eye for these things. Not that you're hard to see with that halo on your head.
Halo.
Although at first, I wasn't sure if it was just the glare. But now that I know it's you, what are the odds? And to think, I almost went for coffee instead. But I changed my routine for one day, and here you are. It's almost like it was
What are you
meant
doing
to
in the
be.
medbay in the well? Why is this the place where we met?
Oh, yes. Normally I start my day by drinking 4 cups of coffee and stuffing my face with chunks.
Okay, I didn't even know that.
But after being inspired by your story, I thought to myself, what would the great and powerful hero of Vectera do? And so instead, I went for a jog. I ran and I ran and I ran, picturing you in the distance, like a North Star. Imagine my surprise to find
he's
you
got
were
fucking
actually
skills.
real.
He's got scavenging,
By the light of
concealment,
Polaris.
and weightlifting.
It must
He's
be
got
fake.
weightlifting. I can make him carry a shit ton of stuff. What?
Me too. I was minding your business as well, visualizing it, dreaming it, and tending to it like a garden in bloom. And now here it is, our first spring. Either way, it's such an honor to meet you.
Yeah, man, nice to see you too.
Hey,
Here's a wave for you.
Do you mind if I
You paid
follow
more
you
attention to
about?
me than my own chat
Do
has
you
in
need
10
a
years.
sidekick? What am I saying? You're a hero, of course you do. Lead the way.
What? Is he following? Assigning the adoring fan to your crew will make him essential until unassigned.
Good point. I'll start working on it right away, as soon as I learn how to sew. Until then, maybe I can be a sidekick in training. Do you have an academy where fans can practice groveling at your feet? If not, I can start one.
I don't see harm in him existing.
You won't.
Also, it's so amazing that someone this loud has concealment as a skill. We'll have him there. He's gonna be so useful. that whole thing. That was great. That was great. I love that he did the buy Vectera.
We're doing the best we can here. That's all.
Just like the buy a zero shit. Oh my gosh.
Three gunshots this week alone. I guess we know where UC Security's priorities are. And aren't.
Funny story about that. You know, when people first arrived on Jemison, they dismantled the colony ship and used the parts to establish a place to live. Over time, they built out, and up, and up, and after long enough, they started to forget about the people and the things still down here. The walls and the ceiling have changed, but this place still uses equipment from that old ship. And it's here because not everyone in New Atlantis can afford Reliant Medical. Don't have much of a choice. Can't afford to pay staff, and while I've got a few volunteers from the community, I can only ask so much of them. We've scraped by for a good long while now, and we'll continue to do so. Don't you worry. All right, let's have a look. You're a sight, aren't you? Right then, consider it never minded. We're no Reliant Medical down here, but if you've got credits, I might have something for you.
Junk flush? So you guys just witnessed my first reaction to seeing the Adoring Fan again. I guarantee you, will not be long before I hate him. He's gonna run out of lines. He's gonna... Oh man, I hope he doesn't die easily. Because in Oblivion, he dies super easily. He's not someone that like goes down or goes unconscious. He just... Once he dies, he's dead. But he's someone that will follow you. And that in and of itself is pretty neat. Keep ending up here. Wow, there's a back door to your medical clinic. I can't say that's a good idea.
I heard you're a member. We're so lucky to have you. I like to think of myself as your emotional support human. I don't mind. Why would I? That would be a tragedy. Oh, I'm not that interesting. I like coffee, I like tea, and I like worshipping the ground you walk on. Well, you technically don't walk. Angels tend to glide.
You're overselling it.
Well, for one, your triumph on Vectera was all
How?
over the news.
Well, I guess the mining
But I
operation
believe
was
that's
backed by
only the
pirates.
beginning.
Something?
The first chapter in a 437-book anthology documenting your greatness.
Okay, so he
It's only a
oversells
matter
so
of
much,
time
and then
before
he
they
says
start writing.
437.
I'll
That's
be
it.
counting the seconds until they do. 1001, 1002. Oh, don't worry. My love for you is completely platonic. Unbreakable?
That's nice
Yes.
to know.
Unyielding? Absolutely. Romantic? Oh, God, no. I would never sully something so pure with something so ordinary.
Speak for yourself. You did your hair up like that.
Oh, no. That sounds ominous. Or I could stand beside you and make you my chief interest. That sounds much better. Oh, good. For a second I thought you were about to say something mean, which would completely knock over the giant pedestal I've placed you on.
I don't want to do that to you, man. No, I want to keep talking.
You? Of course. I'm an open book. Read me, write me, listen to me on your preferred electronic device.
I had the adoring
It's all
fans,
fine.
the adoring fans' energy. Could you imagine how much more easy streaming would be if I had this much energy to expend every single day?
Oh no. That sounds ominous. Oh, I can definitely do that. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to be 11 times infinity. Just you wait and see.
Okay. Oh man. This guy is the bright light in my universe.
Just leave me be.
Oh, I found stairs. Did these go anywhere? Where's a key? Ah, litter. The entire game is gonna be fucking clean by the time I'm done with it.
Hey there. You should be getting close.
Hello? Is this functional? I insist that you provide updates for any suspicious activity. Is that clear?
And Zoe's here too, if you hadn't guessed. We've agreed to work together on this. Once you throw the switch, we can direct you to the next junction box. That's it, thanks. Let's just take a look here. Okay, you're going to want to head for box 45A. It should be near Apex Electronics.
You can't possibly be serious. Are you looking at the same diagram I am? 47B is obviously the next one.
Wolf what? Oh, for Korea? Alright, so we'll probably hear from him in about 3 days.
It's on the same level.
Zoe, I know how to read. Ignore her. Head for box 45A, okay?
I'm gonna trust the person who this is their literal job.
I appreciate that you've listened to reason. The junction box should be just nearby. We'll have this solved in short order.
Is the other box just not here now? Yeah, where's the other box?
It's on the same level.
Zoe, I know how to read. Ignore her. Head for box 45A, okay?
I'm not gonna be stuck in this place for long. All I need is a crease, and I'll turn it into a break. You'll see. That pilot exam's coming up. I've been studying so hard. I haven't seen the sunset in days. My last night was your last week. I'm working on it, taking the UC Vanguard exams, saving up for my own ship. You know how it works. It's just taking a little longer than I expected. Damn, hotshot. What are you doing down here, then? This is the last place I'd be. You want food? Go to Kay's. You want an attitude? Try Jake's. You want to feel empty inside? Get your bags and move in. Seriously, though, this place is half doom and all gloom, which is precisely why I am leaving. Where'd you grow up? A septic tank? It's about the only place worse than this dump. You want food? You want to feel empty? Seriously. Only because they're all a bunch of quitters whose only goal is to make it to the weekend. I got plans. I got ambition. All I need is a shot. You want food? You want to feel empty? Seriously. Yeah, the only saving grace is you stay here long enough, you forget about smell. You want to feel empty? Seriously. Later. Jake's is a good... I'm working on it. It's just... Maybe it's hard for you. I'm gonna ace that test and fly circles around anyone who's ever doubted me. I'm working on it. It's just taking... Yeah, but I ain't getting any younger. And every day in the well is like 4 days topside.
Your skin's pretty good for someone who lives in what you call a septic tank. And again, the septic
I help
tank
out
is
him.
the
Don't mind me.
toilet, isn't it?
Just a weary man, resting his feet. Oh, Henrik is an old friend of mine. I help out around here from time to time. But I don't just loiter around. I'm involved in my own business endeavor as well. Maybe a little, but that's not such a bad thing, is it? Better than all the noise and attention topside, if you ask me. Unfortunately, I'm quite old-fashioned. I only deal with associates that I know and trust.
How do you know and trust
But
anyone? You have to know
if you do a small favor for me, I might feel comfortable opening my business up to
That's
you.
usually how that works.
All you need to do is pick up a package from Red Mile and deliver it to me. You don't even need to interact with anyone. I'm not at liberty to discuss that yet, but I assure you, it's quite lucrative. The contents are of no interest to you, and they're not contraband if that's what you're wondering. If you're uncomfortable doing this favor, you're free to decline. Fantastic. I eagerly await your return. Maybe a little better than all. Stay out of trouble.
No loitering. Can't say I'll have what you need. But you're welcome to look. That's so. Think folks down here are too poor to afford electronics. Not the first time I heard that line. Yeah, I get that kind of attitude far too often. You find yourself with any more commentary, feel free to keep it to yourself. Well, then maybe we should just stick to business, huh? Nope. No question, business has been slow lately. Not too worried, though. Managed to make ends meet for a good long while. Don't expect that to change now. That's so. Yeah, I get that kind. It's fine. Just maybe give things an extra thought before you let them roll right out of your mouth. Yep, you got it.
Not bad stuff. Not inherently bad, at least.
Stop by anytime.
Thank you for trusting that a lifelong employee of MASS knows what she's talking about.
Oh, please.
I'm sure you can handle whatever challenge might be associated with reaching the box. You're doing great. And that was indeed the correct junction box. See that, Zoe?
Yes, fine. Let's move on.
Okay, just making sure you saw it. So, now things get interesting. I can't find the next spot on any of my current diagrams.
And I can begrudgingly confirm that she's reading them correctly. We've reached the conclusion that it must be somewhere on the surface, outside the well. Miss Reyes has suggested that this means it's somehow no longer her responsibility. I frankly don't care. I want to find this person.
And here's where I begrudgingly agree with Zoe. It's not technically my problem at this point, but I want to see where this trail leads. If you head topside, I'll pull the diagrams we'll need and contact you.
Okay, what else we got here? I need to get back to the trade authority so I can go
damn rules.
Without me, you wouldn't have any business. Best watch your pockets around me. Just saying. Are you kidding? Take a look around. You're in the most boring place in the galaxy.
Your voice does not match
Only
your
good thing down here is Kay's house.
everything.
Best cooking in the settled systems. And let me tell you, I know my food.
You look like you're supposed
But
to
I
have
can't even
Kellogg's
go there
voice if
anymore
I just
because
gave you
Kay
1 star.
banned me for bad behavior. Me? Can you believe that? What a load of crap! Why do you want to know? You with security? Oh yeah? Maybe I'll hide my boot in your ass if you don't quit asking questions. That is, unless you're with security. In which case, I wasn't threatening you, that was just a joke, and no crime's been committed. I'm actually a very nice person. Yeah, well, newsflash, buddy. I don't like anything about you either. In fact, I dislike you with such conviction that I'm inclined to fight you right now. What do you say we go 10 rounds? Right here, right now. Yeah, well, luckily for you, I actually hurt my hand when I was punching some other assholes' lights out. Doc says it'll take a few weeks or months to heal. Yeah, we'll take a rain check. But once my hand heals, you're done for.
Called that bluff.
Oh, God, finally! I was getting bored.
You buying? You want a beer? Fine. You want a buddy to talk to, or a therapy session, or whatever? Walk right back out that door. Down here? Like that's somehow different from other bars? Worse, maybe? That's what we're implying? What are you? A structural engineer? Some mass egghead? I know full well what down here implies. First of all, I didn't ask what you thought of it. Second, don't blow smoke up my ass. We both know it ain't nice. Yeah? All right.
That actually looks delicious.
Well, bye.
If you're hiring, I could really use the work. I'm only looking to earn the going rate. I'm looking to join a crew. Trust me, you'd be getting a bomb.
I can't get rid of
Why is that?
Jeez, what's your problem today? And every day for that matter.
Don't think I'm desperate or anything, but you do have a point. I'll do it, but only because I really need the money. Great, I'm ready to go.
Am I not allowed to put him?
No problem, Captain.
Howdy. Any vacancies on your crew? I'm a fusion systems specialist, meaning I can increase the overall efficiency of your ship's power plant to provide more energy. I'm a fusion systems specialist. I think you'll agree my rate. Why is that? In my experience, the right offer is always worth waiting for. Hey, hold on. I never said that was my final offer. Yeah, I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. Sounds fair? I'm in. Excellent. Where to? Let me know when you have an assignment for me. Captain. Wherever you need me. Glad to be a part of the team, but I can't help you from here.
Is she assigned or not?
Damn it, Rick.
Any postings available yet?
Come on,
Yeah, sure.
man.
Point the way.
One beer for your best bud, yeah?
Don't forget to assign me somewhere.
You like a damn roach. I can't get rid of you.
Jeez, what's your problem today? And every day for that matter.
I don't know. Why can't I assign them? Well, in that case, I'm just gonna load up from before I dealt with them.
You can't possibly be serious. Are you looking at the same diagram I am? 47B is obviously the next one. It's on the same level.
Zoe, I know how to read. Ignore her. Head for box 45A, okay?
Nice to meet you. I hope I'm as cool as Solomon Coe when I grow up.
As the hero of Vectera, back to work then.
You don't. Something to report? Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for a DP, EV, BD, or heaven forbid, an MS. But at least then, we wouldn't have to worry about the BOP. Am I right?
Come on. How precise is this fucking thing going to be? Is there an accessibility option for that? Nope. I don't like when you have to be hyper precise when things should not.
Thank you for trusting that a lifelong employee of MASS knows what she's talking about.
Oh, please.
And that was indeed the correct junction box. See that, Zoe?
Yes, fine. Let's move on.
I'm sure you can handle what challenge might be associated with reaching the box. You're doing great. Okay, just making sure you saw it. So, now things get interesting. I can't find the next spot on any of my current diagrams.
And I can begrudgingly confirm that she's reading them correctly. We've reached the conclusion that it must be somewhere on the surface, outside the well. Ms. Reyes has suggested that this means it's somehow no longer her responsibility.
And here's
Lead
where
the
I
way.
begrudgingly, if you...
The sooner you find the source of all this,
I'm quite eager to be my guest. If you need anything else, you know where to find us.
Oh, I break it. Okay, let's see.
You can't possibly be serious. Are you looking at the same diagram I am? 47B is obviously the next one. It's on the same level.
Zoe, I know how to read. Ignore her. Head for box 45A, okay?
I'm not supposed to talk to strangers.
What do you want? I'm very busy.
Sidonia isn't it? All right, let's go.
Thank you for trusting that a lifelong employee of MAST knows what she's talking about.
Oh, please.
I'm sure you can handle whatever challenge might be associated with reaching the box. You're doing great. And that was indeed the correct junction box. See that, Zoe?
Yes, yes, fine. Let's move on.
Okay, just making sure you saw it. So, now things get interesting. I can't find the next spot on any of my current diagrams.
And I can begrudgingly confirm that she's reading them correctly. We've reached the conclusion that it must be somewhere on the surface, outside the well. Miss Reyes has suggested that this means it's somehow no longer her responsibility. I frankly don't care. I want to find this person.
And here's where I begrudgingly agree with Zoe. It's not technically my problem at this point, but I want to see where this trail leads.
Yes?
If you head topside, I'll pull the diagrams we'll need and contact you.
Yes, what?
Sorry, can't play.
Hello.
You think Deimos Staryards would hire me? What am I saying?
There are more important things you... Of course, of course. Pleasure dealing with you.
You don't need to wear your helmet on.
Miss Reyes is still collecting the necessary diagrams and blueprints to accurately assess the situation. Before she returns, I'm going to make you an offer. Whatever you find at the end of this path, you bring it to me first. I'll be certain that Mast gets what it needs. But I trade in valuable information. I suspect you're going to find some. Trade Authority will pay well. Consider that as you head towards the residential district. We can't pinpoint the source yet. But it's somewhere over there.
Why would you be worried about him landing safely?
I agree.
I know he's gonna be fine.
100%.
They aren't compatible on any level, financially, emotionally, physically, and it's ruined the plot.
I hear Geppetto has started making real robots.
Wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
And pull all-nighters for a week to finish them.
Well, that's unexpected. Powering down that junction doesn't show any other connections.
Clearly, the source must be inside that residential tower.
Yeah, that would make sense. You know, I think I remember seeing a report about power problems on one of the upper floors. I bet it's related. See if you can get up there.
Easy money.
Very Romeo and Juliet. It's Office Space all over again.
wonder how the Crimson Fleet seems to be everywhere? It's because they have little outposts everywhere. There were so many facilities.
There's nothing that ensures personal safety and security the way a firearm can. Welcome to Centurion Arsenal. It is my absolute pleasure to assist you with any purchases or questions you may have. All sales are final, but that won't matter because you will undoubtedly be pleased with your purchase. You have my word. Well, that's not a simple question, is it? It all depends on who's asking. I have my own personal favorites, but I wouldn't presume to know yours. Tell me, were you to find yourself in the unfortunate position of needing to use a weapon, what suits you best? Something up close and personal? Rapid fire? Is precision a consideration? Ah, yes. Well, if efficiency is a priority, then you really can't go wrong with Allied armaments. They've been supplying the UC for years, and for good reason. Is that a surprise? These are potentially matters of life and death we're talking about here. Please, take a look.
See if she has any legendaries.
You're here because you need something. I'm sure we can...
Oh.
Oh, yeah?
That movie was epic.
Definitely better than the last Interceptor.
But why did they replace the handler? I thought the actress was amazing.
She turned him down. She apparently signed on to do some Shakespeare film. King Lear, I think.
How many damned versions of Shakespeare do we need? I mean, after Kincaid's King Lear, why bother, right?
Huh? You have hidden depths, my friend.
I'm going to watch Return of the Interceptor again tomorrow. It's so good.
In the last action sequence, the Interceptor's actor really did break his leg. Return of the Interceptor is going to sweep the awards this year. Mark my words.
I think the Interceptor franchise is set up for bigger and better after that movie.
Someone's gonna make an actual movie called The Interceptor and try to get those fucking taglines from this game to be said in it.
Welcome to Chunks. Please choose your chunks. Thanks for choosing Chunks. Which chunks would you like today? Honestly, you're probably better off not thinking about it. I don't know. Smaller chunks? Chunks are the highest quality ingredients sourced from all over the settled systems, and I forget the rest. I just serve the chunks, I don't make them. Great. What can I get for you?
It's just gonna be all... Oh, okay. Chunks, man. Buy them. That's a hell of an apartment setup. This is your foyer? I guess there is like another apartment technically right here, but there isn't another apartment. And there's apparently window space here. I'm gonna use the restroom. Yeah, back in the bathroom. Time to meet the rents. Hey Dad, I'm gonna take all your stuff. I need it so I can pay the rent.
What? Well, I'll be.
Yep.
Honey, we got ourselves a visitor. I'll get the coffee brewing.
Oh, my God. Oh, you about gave me a heart attack.
Not that we're not thrilled to see you, daughter, but I thought you were under contract with Argos Extractors.
Hey, it was apparently in the news.
Is everything all
the
right?
adoring fan knows. Why don't my own fucking parents know that I made it out Vectera just fine after a pirate attack? What the fuck?
Well, I'll be. Constellation? Is this one of those candid camera vids? A joke?
My child is a member of Constellation. I just knew you were special. Didn't I always say that? That you were meant for great things?
You know what? They were right. Hijack the plane, Jack. Would you kindly? Alright. There's so many memes coming out of just having parents and having an adoring fan. I'm kind of happy I picked them, even though potentially they were worthless. I wonder what Dreamhouse would have ended up being. Would it just be like, I don't know, there's a random Tesla car in the middle? Would that be the meme? I have a showcase car in my foyer. I can't even say it! You were right.
Well, I know what I've read about in the news. The explorers. Years ago, there was a stretch where Constellation was in fashion. People would gossip about them all the time. I must say it's been a while since I've heard anything about them, though. Glad to know they're still around. Oh, in life you need to celebrate the victory you get, because you don't know when the next one's coming. Oh, but you didn't give me any notice. If I'd known I'd have your favorite meal in the oven. And your room is just a mess. Although that's how you left it.
Oh, great.
Easy,
I have
honey.
a mother in this
Let
video
girl catch her
game
breath.
who's more understanding of my
Why don't you
rooms than my
settle in?
real life mother.
You know you're always welcome.
To be fair, video game mothers are rarely ever bad mothers. They're usually so amazing that it's obvious they're cute.
I might have to introduce you to a little town called Onet that was targeted by Mother.
What?
It's where Ness comes from. A little kid with a peak in fire. No. There we go.
If you're overloaded, we should stop and prioritize what we're carrying.
That is so nice. someone knows what it's like to have a mother that gives a shit about them.
Anything good to watch tonight?
There's Silence of the Sands.
I mean, I want to watch it sometime, but I want something light. Upbeat.
Holy shit, he wants something light and
I made a
upbeat?
suggestion. Why don't you make one?
I, was thinking maybe Muzzle and Me?
Let's stick with the dog.
The kid movie?
What? That little Ashta cracks me up. And it's just cute. It's funny.
You never cease to amaze me.
This is such a healthy little home. I can't wait for it to go to tatters.
Feel free to grab anything you need.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I got started on that a while ago. You will never have dishes again, because you won't have dishes.
Where's the tissue paper?
You don't know where that is?
I knew where it was. Top shelf of the pantry. But it's not there anymore.
No, I moved them to the bottom shelf ages ago.
How do you expect me to know where anything is if you keep moving them all the time?
You should pay attention.
I mean, that's just a communication problem right there. Oh gosh, they have this?
I'm planning a grocery run later. Might get some things you like.
Having lost my dad recently, having parents in a video game that aren't daddies, a very nice touch. It hits a little too hard though.
I still can't get over you being here. And it's not even Mother's Day. So, I gotta ask, is there anyone special in your life? With you being in Constellation now, I imagine you are quite the catch. I knew it. You have that spring in your step. A mother knows. I won't press, dear. Don't worry.
Interesting. Something you want to discuss later, perhaps?
I know you didn't live in this apartment long, but I want you to consider this your home away from home. Your bed is always yours, no questions asked. I mean, well, I will ask questions, but you can stay here no matter the answers. It's complicated. Maybe one day I'll get into it. But neither of us mind moving. I think we both have a bit of nomad in us. I think, though, New Atlantis is our forever home. No bother at all. Stay as long as you like. Anything you want to talk about, dear? Oh, ain't that the truth? With both of our pensions, we still couldn't afford it. But with what you send home, well, we get by. And of all the places we've lived, New Atlantis is just so full of culture and life. Well, one of your old classmates made junior VP at Galbank. Their father was bragging for hours. Can't wait to tell him about Constellation. Now that we're both retired, you mean? I keep trying to push your father to do things. Dance lessons, vacation, take some courses. I'm really interested in early colonial art. But he's just happy as a clam reading in his chair for hours. Wants to know the history of every little thing. It's nice to have time to do both, though. Now that we're both retired, you may dance lesson. But it's nice to have time to... Well, one of your old classmates, their father was bragging. Talking with you has made my day. You're welcome anytime. And I mean anytime.
Just so you know, your mother's missed you. Like a lot.
Oh, for God's sake. Drop some of that rubbish already.
I still can't believe it. Constellation. The stories make them seem so exotic, so, well, romantic, almost. How is it for real? You liking it? It's funny how you can live years where the days all blend together. But then out of the blue, whammo, everything's different. I've got some news of my own. You are now officially looking at a retiree. Taught my final class last Thursday. The faculty threw me a party and everything. It's too bad you weren't here then. You could have had some cake. Teaching? I'll miss some of it. Occasionally, I got a student that I could really connect with and make a difference. Those are the ones that kept me going. It didn't matter if they tested well, if it lit a passion in them. That's the stuff. But most of the time, no. I won't miss it at all. Look at that smart mouth. Where on earth could you have gotten that from? Enough about that. Anything you want to talk about before you have to go? I mean, stay. Stay as long as you like, but I imagine you're all excited to get to discovering.
Why would I do that?
Planning a proper, honest-to-goodness vacation. Nothing too fancy. I've been promising your mom a trip for years, and I got no excuses now. Your mother's been sending me links all day about such and such deals and excursions, but it'll be good to get out. You know, it's supposed to be us taking care of you, right? I'd like to say we'll pay you back the money you sent home. Well, I appreciate it. We appreciate it. More than you know. Retirement's treating me well, but there are some days I almost missed the classroom. Don't say anything to your mom about this, but she got some work done at Enhance. She keeps looking younger every day, I tell her. Not that I mind. Oh, I know all about her. You worked on that for days. Are we looking for solutions or sympathy?
Flamenco.
Fred from the poker group said
Flamenco.
90% of all marital strife would go away
Or
if you
we
just
could do
know
salsa.
whether you need to offer help or
activity
a
would
friendly
do you
ear.
good.
Then that
Oh, yes.
Regina is a
Anything.
monster. There ought to be a law.
That was two different conversations happening. That was kind of weird.
So good to see you. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. You eating well out there? It's easy just to survive off, well, garbage when you're shipbound all the time. Not a lot of options out there. I get it. You remember Grandpa's restaurant? Last time you were there, you must have been 5, 8? Some of the best food in the galaxy. Service with a grunt and a glare, I always said. But Dad's food kept them coming back. He passed when you were young, sad to say. Your grandfather taught me what I know of cooking. He didn't want me to go to uni. I was the only one interested in the restaurant. But when he got on in the years, he trusted me with something sacred. His meatloaf recipe. That meatloaf recipe funded 2 houses, my college tuition, and a heap of weddings. He won the all-colony cook-off 3 years in a row. Never been done then or since. He guarded that recipe like his life depended on it. The security system in his office was worth more than the whole apartment combined. No, I'm not. Something better. I don't know if anything I taught you about cooking stuck, but I figure it's time to pass the torch. But you gotta promise not to share Grandpa's meatloaf recipe with anyone. It stays in the family. I swear Dad's ghost would come back and strike me dead if you did that. See that you do. Any meat will do. If it's dry, extra tomatoes. They'll moisten it up if you do it right. Sorry, a bit of a moment here. So, you want to talk about anything? Take care, kiddo. You've been given up. Stay as long as you like.
There's just so much to do, and of all the places we've lived, this is my favorite. I missed you so much, darling.
I'm not sticking with this decision.
I've got lifetimes worth of books and videos to occupy me, so don't worry about me. I've told you before, you don't have to. I mean, don't get me wrong. Lord knows we appreciate it. But we got by just fine before you landed that job with Argos Extractor. Now, I won't lie, this apartment, New Atlantis, I mean, there's no way we could afford to stay here without you. But we can find someplace cheaper, no doubt. We'll manage. Not for a long while, no. A move like we're talking takes time. As soon as we get settled, we'd love to have you over, but it could take a long, long time. Take all the time you need. And please, we don't want to be a burden. If you can't afford it, we'll get by.
I'm glad it doesn't make you go through with it. Damn, dude. If I had nice parents like that, I wouldn't want to even do that. I'd keep sending money forever. I mean, they'll die eventually either way, you know? You don't have to worry about it. It's essentially what I was doing with my dad. Just helping him take care of the place. Helping pay the mortgage off and... then COVID came. And he acts quite a bit like my dad, so it's nice to have a semblance of him back. Alright, let's move on from that before I get too gushy. They live right next to
There
a
is simply
bar.
no parallel to the food you will find here. One taste, and I'm sure you'll agree. I do hope you are enjoying your time in New Atlantis. The Dawn's Roost represents the highest quality, from the ingredients to the decor. No expense is spared. Anyone who has sampled our offerings will assure you it is all worth it. My pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.
If the bartender has a mystery drink for you to try, don't.
The roost is where it's at.
You didn't hear this from me, but those ecliptic mercenaries.
Wonder where this will all lead. Glad to haul whatever you need. Bye.
Assholes should be blasted into space dust.
All of our signature dishes. I do hope you are enjoying. My pleasure. Thank you for coming in.
Been a long time since I've been to... I'd be happy to get... Okay.
Having a good one?
I'm sorry, I really can't afford to be distracted. I need to get to the bottom of this. I am not staring, I am analyzing. This is important xenobiological work. I work for the scientific division of MAST. I've been studying this tree for quite some time, and it appears to be exhibiting some worrying signs. Are you familiar with this particular specimen? Do you understand its importance?
I've passed by this particular tree many times, and honestly, I never gave it a second thought. Does it hold some sort of special significance?
Finally, somebody understands. Unless, wait. You're not mocking me, right? People. Look, I have a lot of work to do here. If you're just going to gawk, I'd ask that you move on. If you can actually assist me, however, I would appreciate it. I don't normally solicit help from random passersby, but it seems an exception is necessary. Would you be willing to retrieve some additional data for me? A mercenary, huh? Well, I'm sure we can work something out. So, are you on board? Well, that's... Thank you. That's unexpected. There's a series of biosensors I've placed in various locations around New Atlantis, all calibrated to gather pertinent information. They've been running for long enough that I think it's time to collect and analyze their findings. If you would bring them to me, that would save time.
It's amazing to think that this tree predates New Atlantis. Can you imagine all the changes it's seen?
Is this tree got two trunks? Okay. You, man. By the way, real pigeons? Did I see pigeons? I don't know actually, huh? Maybe it was just these little lights on the ground. How do I even use this jetpack?
Seems like the Crimson Fleet is everywhere these days. Spread like a fire.
New Atlantis is the premier city in the settled systems.
Sidonia is an industrial. Dropping off a few choice items. Time to go?
Hey, what can I do for you?
Wonder where this will all lead. Let's see what you've got. Talk to you later.
Extra capacity. That's not bad.
A diplomatic visa? You got to be kidding.
When were we scheduled to leave anyway?
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
Hi, how are you?
What do you think you're doing?
I went to talk to her and ended up stealing a glass off the countertop of the bar.
Need some work done?
Been a long time since I'll only carry... So long. Sidonia is maybe another time. Wonder where this will all lead. Goodbye.
You should inspect your ship for heat leeches every couple landings.
A diplomatic visa? You got to be kidding.
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
Good to see you again. Can I get you something? Hey there. Always nice to see a new face. First time in New Atlantis? Oh boy. I didn't mean for you to take it personally. It's just something to say to customers. Break the ice. Know what I mean? Listen, you just relax. Make yourself comfortable. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. That work for you, new girl? Let me know if there's anything I can get you. Bit of a slow news day around here. Ah, well, speaking of news, some folks are convinced David Barron You know, the SSN anchor is some sort of Freestar sympathizer. Ridiculous, if you ask me. Sure, they ran a couple of stories about Aquila City that weren't totally critical, but come on. Have you ever been? It's really not that bad. Anyway, that's the sort of high-stakes stuff people talk up while waiting on a flight. So glad you asked, aren't you? I can tell. Yep. Spaceport traffic keeps me pretty busy. But just between you and me, I've got something in the works that'll change everything. A new drink that'll make this place famous, galaxy-wide. Well, at the moment, it's what's not in it that's an issue right now. I don't have everything for the recipe. I made a deal with a hauler to bring me some small samples of an ingredient I think will make all the difference. But it never showed up. Turns out the guy I hired was also hired by a few other folks. The kind of folks who ship less than legal cargo. Security got wind, and the whole lot was impounded. Now they're just sitting on it, taking their sweet time like they always do. It's killing me. Ah, yes. What with all these extra credits cluttering up the place, why didn't I think of that? Sorry, snark isn't helpful. This stuff was pricey to get a hold of the first time. I submitted all the paperwork, believe me. It won't amount to anything, but I did it. And really, I'm not even certain this is what I need to finish the recipe. I think it is. I need to get my hands on that cargo. I mean, doing something about this won't exactly be on the straight and narrow, will it? I really do. It's gonna keep me awake nights if I don't try. Before we say anything else, I am in no way asking you to do anything that might violate any of the many, many laws in place here in New Atlantis or the larger United Colonies. This is just one friend talking to another friend, asking if maybe that friend could possibly find a way to get her important cargo out of the impound. And if, hypothetically, that were done in a less than 100% legal way, well, that might not be the worst thing in the world. You, with me on this? God, you have no idea what a relief this is. I'm obviously not expecting you or anyone to go in guns blazing and taking hostages or something. I just figure there has to be a way to get what I need. Like I said, I submitted the usual security release forms. But because my cargo is tied up with a bunch of, again, totally unrelated illegal stuff, I don't expect the forms to matter. At all. I went and talked to an officer at the office, too. Yumi. Sergeant, maybe? He was polite, but unhelpful. I declined to suggest that as our new slogan. New Atlantis Security. Polite, but unhelpful. Truth in advertising, eh? I know a few things, but not much. The cargo is being held down at the spaceport, not in the security office. Still, they use the same access cards.
Oh,
if you
I have
had one, it'd work. How or why you would have a UC security access card is none of my business, of course. I'm sure I'm better off not knowing. Beyond that, the ship decks over there might also be able to get in. I don't know any of them, or I'd be talking to them instead of you. No offense. Yeah, this is hardly a life or death situation. Some light breaking and entering at worst, right? I'm obviously not expecting you or anyone to... I'm not worried. I'm annoyed. Wait, are you saying I should be worried? No, of course not. It'll be fine. Totally fine. I trust you. I hear there's some sort of... When I first heard about it, I thought it was a bit extreme, but really, would you want to move into that place? Me neither. And it's not like they're ever coming back. House for room, I mean? Well, at least not make nice and be all diplomatic. We all know how that went. Sure thing. What? Catch you later.
Apparently that's the...
You're in the Vanguard, right?
When things at the lodge are too much, I love coming to this spot to just sort of, I don't know, melt away for a while.
It's a nice place. This is a great view. I wonder what it'd be like from higher up.
It seems like a small decision, but they all add up over time, and
I keep
it's paralyzing.
telling them I am a man. Manager. I should be managing.
Buddy, it's coffee. Pick one, get out of the way, and let's get on with our lives.
Premium cappuccino?
Yeah.
Double dairy?
Yeah, sorry.
And no whip?
Sure.
I don't appreciate your tone. And no, I will not make whatever it is you just said. Because this place is a disorganized mess.
Thanks
what you
for
asked me
choosing
to do is
Terra Brew.
literally
What can I get you?
impossible.
Oh,
Hello, and welcome to Terra Brew. How
Fine.
may I serve
wanna
you?
organize? There's a mop in the back. See if you can't
Certainly.
organize
Please
the
take your
floor
time.
cleaning operation.
Outrageous.
Corporate policy requires me to state that everything Terra Brew offers is my favorite.
If you'd like a cup of coffee, please speak to one of our cashiers.
What? No, just go away. Could you please bother someone else? Do I look like a barista to you?
This is what happened to the lady that got her station destroyed.
Can't you
She's a
see how
barista
busy
now.
I am? Not now. Can't you see how busy I am? Do I look like a Could you please bother someone else?
It's nice.
Keep moving. Right through the checkpoint.
Security scanners, chemical sniffers. The United Colonies sure isn't taking any chances.
shocked she managed to limp back here at all. Pull it for leeches, get it fixed up, and let her know we'll have it ready as soon as we can.
Yes, sir. Supporting the Vanguard's way more interesting than lugging cargo, that's for damn sure. The things people do to their poor, poor ships. First thing you lose working the spaceport, the ability to be shocked by other people's squalor. The things people do to their poor, poor ships.
Ah, you are new probationary then? Crew Chief Herat. Pleasure to be working with you.
It's my job to make sure all you rocket jockeys are ready for anything that comes at you up there. Now, Manifest says we're fitting you out with one comms repair suite.
In addition to the standard issue welcome kit all probationary pilots get for their first mission. Med packs, some small arms, couple spare ship parts, all the essentials in case of any surprises up there.
My people will have everything on your ship before you lift off. Won't even know they were there. So, paying a visit to the people of scenic Tau Ceti 2. Nice easy one for your first job. Just keep your head on swivel and you'll come home safe. Any questions before you head out? I honestly didn't realize it had people living on it until we got your recorder.
Report they gave us seemed clean. No known hostile outposts. But I wouldn't say that's permission to let your guard down. Just watch out for wildlife and pirates. Keep those med packs handy and you'll be fine. Nothing too dangerous, if that's your concern. The repair suite's mostly just wiring and circuit boards. The welcome kit has some goodies in there I wouldn't leave sitting around when company comes to visit. But it's nothing some proper storage can't make safe.
Then I won't keep you.
Make us look good out there, recruit.
If I were you, I'd put that back. Been a long time since I've... Glad to haul whatever... Goodbye.
Sidonia is an Want to see what I'm I'll only Time to go?
Anything I can help you with?
I think you need to get rid of some of that gear.
I did.
Is there a problem? Can I help you? That everything?
What? Can't you see I'm dealing with something? Did you not hear? They won't let me enter the city. Me, a political envoy who comes here constantly trying to help prevent another war. And this is the thanks I get? They won't let me enter without a diplomatic visa? Ridiculous. Oh, really? And here I am biting your head off. Apologies. I'm just, well, rather flustered. Look, if you have time, could you please go to the Freestar Collective embassy and speak to a diplomat? They'll know what to do. Thank you. I'll wait here until the embassy sends the cavalry. Not like I have much choice.
How are you today? Can I help you? A what? Oh. Heard my talk with the good representative, did you? No, you're fine. It's just a little game I like to play with the Freestar Collective guys. Keeps them on their toes. Makes sure they know who's boss here in New Atlantis. You know what I mean? Diplomatic visa. Politicians haven't needed one of those since the Colony War. Well, I mean, yeah, I won't deny it. Freestar politicians coming here like they own the place. Peace my ass. What's so peaceful about breaking the armistice? About expanding into systems they're not supposed to? Everyone knows they're doing it. Everyone. Worst kept secret in the settled systems. Hey, they did it when they caused the Colony War, and now they're doing it again. My uncle died in that war. You know what I'm saying? You're right. I shouldn't take that stuff out on people. It's not the representative's fault. I'll go talk to him, clear it all up. Thank you. Representative Chisholm, I double-checked the regulations and we made a mistake.
Oh, did you now? Your malicious harassment was just a mistake? A clerical error?
Just trying to apologize, Representative. You're free to enter the city, and, your experience with us wasn't up to our usual standards. I'm sorry.
Finally. Some admission of fault. That's the kind of honesty I've come to expect from UC Security. Thank you. I'll be on my way now.
Stay safe out there.
It appears that UC Security has seen reason. Don't think I didn't notice you talking to that Officer Wilkes just before he came over to apologize. Here, a little token of appreciation from the Freestar Collective.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep...
Selling art is a bit of an art itself, you know. It takes a strong mind and a good eye to sell art. Other than being an art dealer, there's not much to say. I grew up in Neon, and I knew I had to get out of that place somehow. I did a few odd jobs, some deliveries, and it eventually led me onto this path I'm on now. I never thought I'd do what I do, but I suppose life can be surprising. In a sense, my trade doesn't necessarily need me to be tied down in one location. Because of that, I travel all over the settled systems. I'm here now for an opportunity, but before this, I was in Aquila. Before that, Neon, in my line of work. I can't afford to stay in one place for very long. Indeed, I am. I've been an art dealer for most of my life, plying my trade all across the settled systems. It's actually why I'm here in New Atlantis today. I'll be delivering a piece of art to a very particular client later. However, I don't yet have the art in my possession. Actually, would you like to pick up the artwork and bring it back to me? I'll reward you for your effort, of course. You simply need to go pick up some artwork. The exchange has already been arranged, and you won't have to show any credits. It's just a matter of picking something up and bringing it back to me. There's really no need to worry. It's all very simple. I'm not very familiar with the streets of New Atlantis. I'm not from here, you see. I'd rather just avoid any trouble and have someone more capable do the exchange for me. Excellent. You'll be picking up the art from Zoe Kaminsky at the Trade Authority. Tell her you're there for Samson Jabrel's art. She'll understand. Return the artwork to me, and you will be compensated. Well, of course they do. Why wouldn't they? I've heard tell that you can get some very impressive items at the Trade Authority. But for now, let's settle for the artwork that I've procured. Back to it then.
Hope you're finding everything you need. Hi there! Thanks for stopping in. Feel free to look around. I can take care of transactions, and if you've got questions, just ask. Thanks. It's hard work, but it all pays off in the end. And I can't take all the credit. Gerhardt, my business partner, he does so much of the work behind the scenes. If it weren't for him, I don't know where we'd be now. Oh, please, take a look. Appreciate the business.
Just saying, going down there to talk to Luis and what's her face about the terminal anyway. Zoe.
You know, I went to shifts.
Be careful if you run into those ecliptic jerks. They fly.
So you tracked it down. You've got something to show for it?
Abandoned facilities as outposts. You know, the ones left over from the colony war.
Great. I'll get this back to Mass for analysis. I'm not stupid. I know Zoe probably made you an offer. I appreciate that you didn't take it. And I'm really glad we got to work together on this. Thanks for doing the right thing. So, looks like maybe banks system. Looks like maybe they did.
I yeah, no. With them as it is.
Alright, I'll have some people. They'll be
Much
I totally understand. I just wish
it's true.
Falls through the
And whatever it can afford it. The Trade Authority has access to good. No one. No. I've been expecting you. Here's your back. And don't worry, I've already corrected the ownership record for you. Nothing. No. Bills are... If you'll excuse me, I have some other matters to attend to. It's your visit.
Quench. Better than home. But I don't. Unfortunate. Fanta. All right then.
You need it. keeping the sky out there.
Where this until
I've only found, but I want to find more before. Can you tell me? Yeah, right. Miss Seng over at UC Distribution bought the one my more if I can find it. Real. Oh, watch is super cool. Did I scare you?
Wen really keeps the distribution center in tip-top shape. It's a privilege to be able to work for the UC government. Oh, no. When I was growing up, I actually wanted to be a miner on Sidonia. As weird as that may sound. I guess I never wanted to have a typical job. Lucky for me, working at the distribution center is anything but typical. Of course, who wouldn't? It's such a privilege to be able to work for the UC government, a true force of good. Every day is so exciting. I get to meet so many new people, solve interesting problems, and learn about developing situations throughout the settled systems. Yep, there's never a boring day at the distribution center. Oh, that's not really my area. I don't have clearance for that just yet. Well, someday, maybe. You'll want to talk to Miss Seng about that. See ya.
I'm pleased to report that our stocks are currently being maintained at 90% or higher. I'm sure we have anything you might need. Welcome to UC Distribution. Now, before you say a word, I am required to inform you that formal complaints cannot be filed until the customer feedback system is back online. I have been told it'll be up and running in 2 weeks, but you know how these things are. I am sorry for any potential inconvenience. Also, if you're here about a corporate account, I've been assured that deliveries will be back on schedule soon. Who, Jordan? That kid's in here every other day with some random thing he found. Trying to get credits. Yeah, I took pity on him. Why? What is it? Oh, really? Well, you can have it back for what I paid for it, plus a little extra. Let's call it a convenience fee, shall we? I could, but I did pay for it. I'd like to recover my losses. And it's all the way in the back room. I'd have to walk back there, then back out here. You did say this was important after all. Honestly, it's probably worth way more than what we're talking about. Suit yourself. You mean besides providing a pleasant face for customers to interact with? It's all in the name. We distribute materials and products all around the United Colonies. Never a dull moment. Always something going on, and 4 other things we need to be ready for. I know some people don't believe it, but we really do the best we can. Wouldn't still be working here if I didn't care. I hope we have what you need. Right. Come back if you need something else.
Hey there. I used to be an actuary. Now look at me.
Welcome to UC Distribution. Back to it, then.
Been a long time since I've been to Mars. So, okay.
Hey, no funny stuff with that boost pack.
I missed our Bobby so much. We barely got out of that base with our lives. He's quite something, our Bobby, isn't he?
They were gonna give our son to a different family. We made it back just in time.
Hey, it's you again. I'm great, actually. These are my parents. I told everyone they just got on a different shuttle, but nobody would listen. We're just exploring New Atlantis. We have a new apartment. This place is amazing. Anyway, it was nice to see you again. Maybe I'll see you around. And don't forget my birthday. It's June 11th. Should you really be spending this much time talking to a kid?
We're finally back with our son, and that's all that
Bobby
matters.
mentioned he met you. He's had quite the adventure.
Glad things worked out for that kid. I still haven't found the scientist guy. I don't know what happened to him. Okay, I've played Astroneer. Okay. Neat little synopsis on what they are and a job.
Are you working toward that next technological leap? Then let Ryujin Industries help you get there. Fill out an application today to become part of the most advanced technology.
Any luck tracking down those sensors? I don't mean to be pushy, but I really do need those sensors, and quickly.
Recent scans of the tree have suggested that a significant portion of the interior is liquefied. Obviously, some small percentage of its internal workings is always liquid, to allow for the transfer of nutrients and so forth, but this? Well, I've never seen anything like it. If it continues to increase, I'm concerned the entire tree may collapse, and I'm also worried about other secondary effects. It's too soon to speculate. I'd very much like to see the additional data before I say more. If the time comes, I will certainly attempt to alert the appropriate people en masse. If I have more data, though, my concerns might carry some more weight. I appreciate your confidence. The sooner I have all the available data, the sooner I can make an assessment. So you do. Wonderful. I'll just take these, and we'll see what they have to tell us. All right, we'll just upload the data. Give it a moment. And just another moment. It is working, isn't it?
The call has gone out for both Restart Collective and United Colony Security to unite.
Now, let's see. This is... well, it's... oh my. Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that my suspicions were correct. There is something wrong with the tree. I will report my findings to Mast immediately with no small amount of satisfaction. The phrase, "I told you so," may even be uttered more than once. Well, from a certain point of view. In an, admittedly, somewhat selfish manner. The bad news, as it were, is that the internal composition of the tree is changing. In this particular case, the tree is now regularly emitting ultra-low frequency sound waves. They're nearly imperceptible now, but they're growing in strength.
The mushrooms from Starfield.
This is something we've never observed before. Depending on how large these waves grow, consequences for the city could be disastrous. I must consult with my colleagues in Mast at once. Thank you for your assistance. I hope these credits are adequate compensation.
Let's hope that Mast takes these findings seriously.
Galloping, one person said. Do I have to be subjected to universal propaganda? As the message of the Universals continues to spread far and wide.
Sorry, lady, you'll just have to catch the next train, I guess. Just left Sarah behind. She's just sitting there staring at the train on the platform like, I guess I'll just take the next one.
Ah, I've always liked that statue. It's beautiful, isn't it? I wonder what the artist was trying to represent.
This statue? Would you consider this I usually call stuff like this sculptures and not statues. Statues to me have to be humanoid or representative of something you would typically associate with an animate object. I don't typically look at something like that and think statue. I think sculpture, because it's not about an animate object.
It's amazing. If you're in the market for artwork...
Shh! Are you crazy? Keep your damn voice down.
Buy low, sell high. I'm sure there's a wealthy banker in New Atlantis that will greatly appreciate what you just delivered to me.
Oh, get off your high horse. I didn't trick you. You're just not very observant. What do you have to complain about? You're getting paid? Everything went smoothly. No one got hurt.
It's all part of the game, my friend. It pays to get your hands a little bit dirty. It pays very, very well. But I digress. Thank you for your discretion. Now that our little transaction is complete, I should be on my way. Take care, and let's not talk about this again. That's of no concern to you. I told you at the end of our business that we will not speak about it. Do not mention my work again. Goodbye.
Oh, it's over here.
Hey, this really isn't a good place for civilians to be hanging around. There's something I can help you with? There's something I can help you with?
Oh, security impounded a ton of cargo and didn't have storage space for it all, so we're holding on to some of it until they can run inventory.
So, you need something, or... not really sure. Whenever they get through their backlog, I guess. There a reason you're asking? Yeah... I can't really just let you in there. Finally, someone who gets it. Yeah, I hope so. All right, look, don't tell anyone I did this for you. I could lose my job over it.
If anyone asks, I had nothing to do with this. You got it? 1 second. All right, make it quick, will you? Watchman, if anyone asks, I didn't do anything. Hey, try and be careful, okay? Don't want a ship landing on your head.
That one's smooth.
will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay. No back.
Contrary to what you might have heard, UC security personnel are good people. And Sergeant Yumi just happens to be an old friend.
Zara, good to see you. Listen, I smoothed over that incident between Mateo and Rosa at the Sanctum.
I'd hardly call it an incident, more of a debate, really. But I appreciate it just the same.
Not a problem. In the meantime, maybe you could tell him to take it down a notch.
Can do. Thanks again, Sergeant.
How's the investigation going? Still have questions? Go ahead and ask. See you later.
Saw your ship come in. Nice ride. Been up there, huh? Space? Must be cool. I never get to go to space.
Good to see you again. Can I get you something? Hey there, new girl. Good to see you again. Can I get... Oh, no way. You really got it? I probably don't want to know what you did to get this, right? I mean, I want to know, but it's maybe better if I don't. Oh, did you? Well, I know who to go to next time I need to renew my liquor license. Well, look, I can assure this will all be worth it in the end. Matter of fact, I'm going to let you have the first ever sample. On top of that, you get free drinks. Not like unlimited free drinks, but you want a little pick-me-up now and then? I got you covered. Need some time to work on what comes next. But this was the difficult part, I think. Really, thank you so much. Sure thing. What can I get you? Stop by anytime you'd like to catch up.
Ever been to Sidonia? I really love this place. Couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Oh, sure. There's always tons of travel into New Atlantis, so there's no shortage of people to meet. I love talking with the new people and hearing about their journeys. Not to mention, it's also nice and safe. Unlike my brother's job. Well, of course. He's a Marine stationed in Sidonia. My whole family is worried about him. My dad worked his butt off so that we could all have safe jobs here in New Atlantis. But Chris ran off to Sidonia the first chance he got. He says he's okay, and that he loves his job and all that. But I don't think he understands how hard this is on our family. I hope you're right. I just have such a hard time believing that, though. Right? Oh my. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dump all of that onto you. It just feels good to get it all off my chest. There's a huge tree in the Embassy District, across from the mass station. Trust me, it may sound dumb, but I think everyone should see it at least once when they're in the city. It's so cool. Or maybe I just love trees. Hope to see you again soon.
Hey, if you're looking for a weapon specialist, I could really use the work to pay off some debts. Anyone can shoot at targets, but I take them out. You're not gonna find a better shot anywhere else. So, are we making a deal or what? The kind that need to be paid off quickly, or else I'm in big trouble. And if you don't mind, I'd kind of like to keep the details of that to myself. Unless you're agreeing to hire me, of course. Damn. Guess I'll try someone else.
You picked a good day to drop by. Bartender's making them strong today. You in town for business? Cheers. Nothing like a cold one after a long trip through the space lanes, if you ask me. It seems like we have that in common. Personally, I'm here looking for work. I just quit my job as a weapon tester for MAST. I'm billing myself as a weapons expert, sniper tech specifically. Most travelers like having someone on their crew who's good with firearms. The settled systems are no picnic. Oh yeah, plenty of us. There's a whole branch of MAST's scientific wing called DRIP. That's dedicated to developing new weapons for the UC military. No, I'm not. I'm actually hoping for a crew gig. Lots of pilots stop by the viewport on their way into town. I figure if I hung around long enough, I'd run into someone who was hiring. Do I need a shower or something?
Not used to people coming up to me. The suit usually scares them off. Although I guess that's my fault, isn't it? I guess you could say I've always had it. Once you've been all over, like I have, you might find yourself in something like this too. Yeah, well, I go all over. A little psychological warfare up front tends to make things easier. Retired, actually. From too many lives to count. But I've been all those things, yeah? And a few more. I spend a lot of time in the fringes these days. God help you if you come across something someone wants. You'd think it was things like civilizations and factions that cause people to want to shoot each other. No, even without that, it's still winner take all. Well, you're on to me. Yeah, you got that right. Wait a second. I think I'm in danger of having a real conversation with someone for a change. Better stop here. I'm sure we'll see each other again. I'll see you around.
Hope life is treating you well. Let me know if I can get you anything.
Hey there. You look like the planet-hopping type. Got any room on your ship for someone like me? Plenty. I'm comfortable on a ship, especially in the gunner seat. I'm also a trained expert with shotguns. I have the certification to prove it. I guess that's goodbye then? Safe travels!
Hello. I'm looking for work. You hiring? As long as there's a decent launcher aboard, I can make sure all your missiles find their target.
Wow, a bunch of named characters here right now. But at least now I know not to hire anyone who just is named something specialist. Okay, what else we got here?
I've flown across most of the settled systems in all manners of spacecraft, and yet I still get sick on the gnat. While we're here, perhaps we should check in with Mateo or Noel.
I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you, Captain. Now that you are a member of Constellation, I am at your service. No additional protocols necessary. Also, given the likelihood that you will be out in unsettled space, it might be beneficial to go over exploration outpost development, in case you ever need to build a base for field research. Captain, I will proceed to my assigned post. Hello. I am ready to commence a... The exploration of an unknown planet can be a major undertaking. By building an outpost, you will be able to construct scanning equipment, resource extractors, and defenses. It is even possible to set up multiple outposts capable of manufacturing, allowing you to build advanced equipment. A planetary scan will reveal the presence of key inorganic resources, although rarer elements will be harder to find without training. And while a scan may detect the presence of life on a planet, you will have to analyze the native plants and animals yourself to know what compounds they produce. The scan booster is the most obvious, as it will enable you to detect landmarks and other points of interest from further away. Beyond that, extractors will allow you to collect raw materials of various types, while fabricators enable the manufacturing. A particularly prosperous outpost may even warrant the construction of cargo links, allowing you to share resources between other outposts you have built. The blueprints you need to construct an outpost should already be on your watch. It will automatically connect to any available materials for construction in your ship's cargo. If you feel it is necessary, I will answer your questions truthfully. Unlike you, I am incapable of lying. Constellation has seen to it that I possess a near-encyclopedic knowledge of human history, art, culture, and science. May I answer a question for you? I have been programmed to comprehend all modern and ancient human languages. The only exception is body language. My body is crafted from reinforced metal, and therefore incompatible with such forms of expression. Logically, I believe the correct answer to be the airplane, followed shortly by the computer. Humans could not have become a spacefaring species without them. Illogically speaking, I am inclined to believe that books were your greatest invention. I have spent a good deal of time processing works of science fiction. They make good case studies in how your species could have made a mess of its entry into the stars in different ways than you did in reality. I am looking at one. I hope that was a suitable response. Constellation did not equip me with a sense of humor. I have done my best to mimic Barrett's. This is a difficult question to parse. I do not experience enjoyment. However, I find that the music of ancient Japan has a pleasantly mathematical sound. The same is true of the works of European composers from the Baroque period. I have dedicated significant time to processing these compositions and understanding their structure. Understood. Constellation recovered me from an abandoned lunar robotics factory on Earth's moon, where I was manufactured. I am told I was in quite a state of disrepair. Barrett elected to refurbish me after the discovery. Since then, I have been reprogrammed to be useful to Constellation. That is correct. I am a first-generation Model A robot. As such, I was manufactured on Earth's moon. Modern lunar robotics products are manufactured elsewhere. Some data from my time on Earth's moon remains deep in my motherboard, but I do not frequently access it. Very little of what is in those files would prove useful to modern spacefarers. Constellation named me after the Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama, who resided on Earth in the 15th century AD. He explored his home planet by way of its seas. Barrett tells me he was quite an accomplished explorer. I am inclined to believe it, as that is a compliment Barrett normally reserves for himself. Constellation is an exceptionally driven and intelligent group of humans. I would expect nothing less of them. You may ask me anything. I am programmatically incapable of keeping secrets. That is a difficult question to parse. I do not experience human emotions such as enjoyment. However, I have been kept busy since Constellation acquired me. That satisfies my directive to be as helpful as possible for the duration of my existence. In a geographical sense, the Lodge cannot be missed. It is easily accessible from the New Atlantis spaceport, but I presume that you are using miss in this context to mean long for, in which case my answer is no. I long for nothing. Barrett, however, regularly complains about missing the Lodge's amenities during our travels. This has led me to the conclusion that it is a place worth missing. I have not taken your questions anywhere, Captain. Literally or otherwise. Your vital signs indicate that you were not amused by this attempt at humor. Noted. I will tweak my linguistic processors accordingly. No, I do not. This has led me. No, I do not. This has led me to the... That is a difficult question. However, I will endeavor to provide a satisfactory answer. Lunar Robotics is a manufacturing company. They are most notable for creating Model A robots. Their headquarters was once located on Earth's moon. It was evacuated during the cataclysm that rendered Earth uninhabitable. Today, Lunar Robotics products are still found throughout the settled systems, myself included. It is impossible to read Barrett. He is neither a book nor a block of code. If you are asking for a summary of my observations on his behavior, I will provide one. Barrett has not shared many personal details with me. He finds me a poor conversation partner, despite repeated attempts on his part. I do not understand the concept of gossip. Based on my understanding of Barrett, I believe he would be flattered by that assessment. I find you to be a more measured and logical captain than Barrett. It would be quite difficult for another human to be more reckless than him. My likelihood of expiration due to corporeal destruction has been significantly reduced since coming aboard your ship. You should consider this a success. Disengaging conversational protocols.
Sidonia is an industrial town. The people there. Feel free to drop some... So long.
Alright, I meant to talk to Plato, whoever that is. I got distracted by that extremely long Vasco conversation.
Can't think of a better place to recharge and ready ourselves for our next mission.
Good day, Captain. Goodbye.
Feel free to help yourself at the bar. I don't drink, but I feel like if I did,
Constellation sounds magical, like a storybook.
I hope you don't mind, but I figured the lodge was just a gnat stop away. I just had to see it.
Oh, this place is everything I imagined. Do you know I dreamt of joining Constellation when I was a girl? I have some vids of when I was 12 in my Constellation Halloween outfit. So embarrassing. But I found space so fascinating that there is still so much we don't know. I guess I still find it that way. I don't know if I go that far. But I'll let your father talk before he bursts.
I was playing poker with the Dean of Engineering, and he had this collectible revolver framed. And when he heard you were in Constellation, well, we worked together to get the piece clean and restored. She fires beautifully now. We, took turns sighting it at the range.
I swear, your father was acting like a school kid.
As I was saying, may I present to you Sir Malcolm Livingston's personal sidearm. All the special modifications just as he left him. He was chair of Constellation about 50 years ago. Anyway, it's yours. It was a gift. The Dean and I go way back, and he's a bit of a fan of Constellation. So it was just a labor of love for both of us. Well, we'll let you get back to it, but, Miss Noel said we could look around a little first. Everyone in my poker night is going to hear about you. You know, it's supposed to be us. Well, I appreciate it. Retirement's treating me well. Don't say anything to your mama. Not that I mind. Planning a proper, honest-to-goodness. I've been promising your mom. Your mother's been sending, but...
It's nice that they
Ms. Noel,
give you a gun.
would it be all
That's
right
neat.
if I brought cookies next time?
Actually, Mr. I'm planning a grocery run later.
What type?
Get some things you like.
I make a mean snickerdoodle.
I missed you so much.
Yes, I think that would be quite all right. I know everyone's excited by the artifacts, but we need to be as objective as possible and be aware of possible negative effects. It's been quieter around here ever since Vladimir went to live on the Eye full time. Anything I can learn from is a help. See you later.
Until next time.
I hope Barrett makes it back to us. I know he gets into trouble all the time, and everyone just sort of accepts he'll be fine, but still.
Captain, it is pleasant to see you.
I've met so many interesting people from working at the distribution center. I'm on tax duty tomorrow. Take care of yourself.
Huh. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? I hadn't expected to run into you again.
You're still standing here. Why would you not?
Collecting and analyzing data regarding the internal composition of this tree and some drastic changes happening over time. You do recall aiding me with that, don't you? Yes, well, I had good reason to be distressed. You had already helped me establish that there is something unprecedented going on with this tree. Now my superiors have been made aware. There is growing concern. Oh my, a bit of an unintentional pun, isn't that? Well, concern that things are going to get worse. The data we gathered points to a definitive trend. The vibrations coming from this tree are increasing in strength and frequency. Because we've never seen this before, not on this scale, we have absolutely no idea what the upper limit is. We don't know when or even if this will stop. It's imperceptible by normal human standards now, but given time. While I hesitate to speculate on the possibilities, well, none of them are good. You are not the first to suggest it. However, until I have all the data and a clear picture of what's going on, I am not willing to concede the point. There is data regarding other, younger members of the species. Unfortunately, there are some, shall we say, personal issues with acquiring it. Personnel issues, if you understand me. What? No, that is ridiculous. I am a professional. One of the other researchers in MAST, Emilio Hadek, has research I believe could be vital to my work here. He and I don't see eye to eye, and so far he's refused to turn it over to me. I'm hoping that if someone else were to ask, he might be more inclined to relinquish it. What do you say? He's held a grudge against me for years. It's petty, really. I'm sure he thinks that doing this now will hold back my career. He wouldn't listen when I tried to explain this isn't about me. There are bigger concerns. Oh, thank you. Last I knew, he was on a field assignment somewhere near the outskirts of the city. Perhaps it's best if you don't mention my name in the process.
Mind your step. Important research happening here. Could you stand a little to the left? I think you're blocking my readings. Oh, it's important research. I won't bore you with the technical details, but it's critical that I get this done. Trees? I see what's going on here. You're working with Kelton, aren't you? Nice try, but it's not happening. No. No way. Kelton is actively ruining my career. There's no chance that I'm helping him with anything. Whatever this thing is he's on about, he's just doing it to make himself look good with the higher-ups. I'm not helping him with that. Kelton screwed me over good. Probably ruined my chances for advancing in Mast. I'm not going to forgive that, ever. Oh yeah? You think so? Wow, thanks for that. I'll really give it some thought. He really won't let this go, will he? Maybe I can make this work in my favor. Okay, you know what? I'll hand over the data. But I'm only going to do so after you've helped me secure a better position in Mast. Oh, don't worry. You're just going to erase some files for me. Make sure I look good next time promotions get passed around. Wait, really? Wow. Okay. Okay.
I'll follow your lead, but I wish handling our tree issue didn't involve using illegal methods to get the job done.
I've gotten a few bad performance evaluations in the last couple of years. Totally unjustified, incredibly unfair. I found a backdoor into the Mast network so I could make some changes to my personnel file. But it turns out the chief engineer knows what she's doing. The only way to get access is from the terminal in her apartment, which is kind of locked. Sorry, that's not on the table. From where I'm standing, kinda seems like it is. Yeah, maybe. Okay, look. Just hear me out, all right? I really need this to happen. If you do this for me, I can make it worth your while. You delete that data, I get promoted, I'm pulling in a bigger salary. I can compensate you. I'll throw in some extra credits for you, okay? A nice little bonus. But first, you need to get into the chief engineer's apartment. Oh, good. Thank God. You really had me on the ropes there. Listen, this will be good for the both of us, okay?
If it were up to me, we'd be walking away from this deal right now.
Then it's a good thing your partner over there is making all the decisions, isn't it? Just get in, access her terminal, delete the files, and get out. Really simple. Between you and me, as little as possible. I'm just kidding, of course. I work really, really hard at my job. Studied in computational bioscience, did some time in agrogenetics. These days, I just help out wherever I can. Waiting for a good opportunity. Maybe an opening in administration. You know how it goes. At least you're a distraction from work. Oh, don't worry about it. It's just, pretty much everything in my personnel file. Most of it is fine, of course. I'm good at what I do. I just received a few very unfair reviews recently, and I figure, why not start over completely?
I'm gonna go get a snack. Do you need anything from the kitchen?
Only something small like chips, I guess.
Okay.
Not the Tostitos, if we have something else.
Barbecue okay?
Sure.
Not much experience with government bureaucracy, huh? The mass network is running off hardware that is decades old. They don't upgrade anything unless it's absolutely necessary. This will just be one entry in a long list of mild annoyances that aren't worth following up on. It's kind of amazing, really. Best of luck out there.
Yeah. I can't eat chips without a drink.
Gatorade okay?
I don't need Gatorade. I haven't been out or sweaty.
Orange juice or do you want me to make grape juice then?
Let's do grape juice.
Great. I'm traveling with a criminal. There's a huge difference between being prepared and carrying too much. Wonder where this will all lead. Sure, go ahead. Talk to you later. Been a long time since I... Let's see what you've got. Bye-bye.
Checking your record. That your ship that landed not too long ago? Sure is something.
If it isn't Kelton's little errand runner. You have some good news for me? They sure are. I took a peek on the network, saw that things have updated. Great job. You came through for me, so now I'll do the same for you. This slate has all the data Kelton needs. And because I am a man of my word, here are the extra credits I promised.
Service with a smile. That's the UC way.
If we keep running into each other like this, you might as well be put on the masterpiece roll.
I hope you have the data. It's really quite crucial. Don't say another word. I don't want to know. I'm sorry if this was complicated. I'd prefer to remain unaware of the details in the event that it comes up later, particularly in a legal setting. And I suppose I'd better verify the data to make sure Emilio didn't double-cross me. But you have once again come through for me. I'm truly hoping that this is the last piece I need to figure out what we can do. And I appreciate it. Thank you for your assistance.
Time to get this ship moving. Sidonia is an If you have any gear... Bye.
Got anything you need to offload? Trade authorities always
Captain, greetings, Captain. Goodbye, Captain.
If we could avoid drawing attention to ourselves, that'd be fine with me. I hope you're not hauling anything illegal. I don't want to get arrested. If we could avoid drawing attention to ourselves,
There was a
that'd be
small
fine
bit
with
of
me.
dust on your shoulder. How dare it try to spoil perfection? But don't worry, I blew it off.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Start our next stream. Hope y'all enjoyed. Like, comment, subscribe, drop the bell so I make some more and impressive content on YouTube, and subscribe to my Twitch. Catch up on all which videos I have made.